Bit of an impromptu one. Oh, let me just get my glasses while you guys come on here. Okay. A couple of you already here. It's great, thank you. Audio and video hopefully are good. Like I started to say, a bit of an impromptu one. And I've got an Oktoberfest beer. A good German beer, I think, that was brought to us by some friends. I've been expanding my my circle of zealots, so we've got a few new Italian friends that came over for just a drink and getting to know each other, a couple of bits to eat, and so on. And they brought this beer, which is surprisingly good. Anyway, this stream I wanted to talk a little bit about Msgr Umberto Benigni. Now, if you go to the blog, which I, just for any new people that are here that don't know where it is, I'm going to put the blog. There we go. Up the likes, you savages. That's AE. Thank you, sir. Not just up the likes, but share my blog, share the videos. There's going to be quite a lot of important changes, or not changes, increases in militancy, shall we say, of the Kurganet in this coming year, in this year, 2024. And I'll talk a bit about that as well. But I wanted to, I have mentioned Umberto Benini in my book, Reclaiming the Catholic Church, which those of you that know, or those of you that don't know, go to the blog. Reclaiming the Catholic Church is one of the books that has already been converted to electronic format, so digital format that you can just download as an ebook in whatever you want, Kindle, Apple Books, and a couple of others that I don't even remember. And but finally, we've sort of had to download the program and do it ourselves. But we have a program that has the ability to convert my books to proper digital format. It's not painless. There is some work that has to be done on it, but it's a lot more. It's a lot easier, let's say, and it's a lot more professional than anything that I've tried before, including using professional people to do the ebooks. So I've set up my own e-store, which you can go to the blog, just click on books I wrote, and there's a big button at the top that says go to the e-store. Any books that are digital are going to be on the e-store. The physical paper copy books, some of which are still only in paper copy, are going to be on Amazon. So, you know, if you Google my name on Amazon, or if you go to my blog and click on the various books, it'll take you to the Amazon version. There are some books that are quite difficult, painful, and time-consuming to convert to digital format. The Face on Mars being one of them, Systema being the other one, and there are also a couple of other reasons that some books are, you know, for the moment, probably best done in paper, but eventually I'm hoping to have digital versions of pretty much almost everything. There's another short book that I'm gonna have out as soon as I can, which is the one on relationships that I mentioned. So there's quite a lot of stuff going on, and currently on the blog there's a link to the e-store for a free download of In Defense of Msgr Benigni. This is not just a little article. It's basically a 217-page document in digital format in PDF, downloadable for free. You don't have to pay a cent. If you can, I have the link in the description. So if you go to the blog, click on the link to download the PDF of this work, which is written by Don Ricossa. Don Ricossa is one of the original members, I think, of the Istituto Mater Boni Consiglio, and you can download the whole thing there. And what it does, who was Monsignor Benini, for those of you that don't know or that haven't read Reclaiming the Catholic Church, where I describe a little bit about him. Benigni was a heroic figure as far as I'm concerned. He set up, with the approval of Pope Pius X, and Pope Pius X is one of my favorite popes because he absolutely was hardcore in an extremely difficult time. He started the process that created the Code of Canon Law of 1917, which is, as far as I'm concerned, an impregnable fortress of Catholicism, because it covers absolutely everything. Every dogmatic principle of Catholicism is applied using canon law. And that book, Canon Law of 1917, covers every dogmatic position and how you should or should not behave, both for divine laws and human laws of the Church, from day dot to the year 1917. So if you've got that book, and you know, I'm not telling you not to read Thomas Aquinas or St. Augustine or other doctors of the Church. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is, if you've got that book, you don't need to read any of the other stuff to know how to behave and to know what is and isn't acceptable by the Church, because how you apply Catholic dogma is by canon law. So if you've got that book, and then you've got any other papal encyclicals that were created between 1917 and the 9th of October 1958, when the last valid Pope, Pope Pius XII, died, you've got the entirety of Catholic dogma in one volume, plus whatever, you know, other bits were done ex cathedra after 1917. And that is never going to change. You know, that is the infallible magisterium of the Church that created the document. And that was done by Pope Pius X. Not just by him, of course. He had a team of cardinals working on it, headed by Cardinal Gasparri, who was, you know, that team was, they were autistic, weaponized autists back then already, because they went through tens of thousands of documents to make sure that the Code of Canon Law of 1917 did not conflict with any of the documents that were spread over 2,000 years. And then they left it in place, you know, for until now. And they had, again, this team of cardinals was employed to sort of say, right, now any clergyman and any of the professors of theology that are in academies, in universities, can write to us if they've got any questions or any concerns about interpretation, or whether they think one canon law is conflicting with another, blah, blah, blah. And absolutely nothing was changed except for a very, very minor change to Canon 1099, Part 2 only, not the whole canon. In other words, only Part 2 of Canon 1099, which is like a sentence long. And it was like one or two words are changed by Pope Pius XII himself. So, you know, it stood the test of time with questions from any Catholic clergy at all, and or, you know, theologians at the time. So it is the most vetted document on earth. Pope Pius X is my favorite pope, because it's one of my favorite popes, because as far as I'm concerned, he created the invincible fortress for Catholicism. And given our current status of, you know, only Sede-vacantists are actually Catholics today. So given the tragedy that has happened as a result of Vatican II, it's a very, very important effort that he did. And Monsignor Benini, I believe that you know, and you can read this document that talks about Monsignor Benini with impeccable resources and impeccable references, because Don Ricossa is a hardcore Sede-vacantist Catholic priest, or Sede-privationist Catholic priest. And the English translation is very, very well done, because it even gets across Don Ricossa's particular brand of rather refined humor, which is the Italian language is quite versatile, but there is what I would call an educated or high Italian, like the elves, like in Dungeons and Dragons, you've got common elvish, and then you've got like forest elves, and then you've got the high elves, and the high elves are the educated guy, and they speak like a more refined language. The same thing in Italian, you've got common Italian, you've got a bunch of dialects in every region, and then you've got like common Italian, which everybody sort of understands. But the really well-educated people speak this like version of Italian, or write rather, this version of Italian that is very refined, very subtle, and yet very clear. And Don Ricossa is a master of this, and it comes through in the English translation. So it's a very, very well translated document of 200 and something pages that describes the work of Umberto Benigni, that clears his name from the calumnies of both enemies and some well-meaning Catholics, Gasparri being one of them, that weren't necessarily aware of what Benigni was doing, and the fact that Benigni created a secret service essentially within the Catholic Church called Sodalitium Pianum, which is Latin for solid plane, which is also play on word because Pope Pius X could be called, Pianum Pius is similar, and it was like the solid plane, but also the friends of Pope Pius X. Of course, the Code of Canon Law of 1917 was finished by Pope Benedict XV. So 2 valid popes with super eminent theologian cardinals put this thing together. And Benigni started Sodalitium Pianum to essentially start to root out the infiltrators, the Freemasons, the communists, the homosexuals, blah, 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 that had infiltrated the church by the thousands and that were starting to infiltrate the church by the thousands. And if you doubt that this happened, read the book by Bella Dodd. I've actually got on the blog, it's about 3 or 4 posts down. I did it today anyway. There's a post called Sede-vacantism versus Sede-privationism to try and explain the differences to the average layman that might be a bit confused. And there's a link there to Bella Dodd's book, whose name I forget at the moment. But anyway, Bella Dodd was originally Catholic, became a communist, and helped infiltrate the church, and then repented and became Catholic again at the end, and wrote a book telling the story of what they did. Anyway, Benigni's secret service, Sodalitium Pianum, has been vastly criticized by friend and foe alike, because they're saying, oh, he was a bad dude, he was doing things that are not Catholic, he was getting guys to like open private letters and like follow people, and it was all skullduggery. No. It's war. And the enemy's infiltrating your trenches. What are you going to do? Just sit there and go like, hey, well, you've got my uniform on, so I'm just going to stand here and go to sleep, knowing that you'll probably slit my throat as soon as my eyes shut because, well, I'm a good Catholic boy. No. You root these fuckers out and you burn them at the stake, ideally. Of course, by 1910 and so on, when this stuff was going on, the church already had its hands tied quite a bit by a lot of things that had happened in the meantime. Italy had been unified by Freemasons. The Papal States were about to be essentially handed over to the fascists in 29. Benigni died in 1934. And, some of the accusations label that Benigni that like, oh, he was pro-fascist and he collaborated with Ovra. Ovra was basically like the secret service of the Italian fascists at the time. And, they accuse him of all sorts of things. A lot of them fake, and the ones that are partially true are, as usual, twisted or, in some cases, misunderstood by well-meaning people that weren't aware that he had the full backing of Pius X and others, other highly placed people. Now, Don Ricossa, in defense of Monsignor Benigni, details the stuff in weaponized autist fashion, which is what all good Catholics are like deep down. And when I say weaponized autism, just to be clear, I mean that in absolutely the best way possible. It is in no way a pejorative of any kind. As those of you that know, I believe that people with Asperger's are a little bit on the spectrum, are probably a positive evolution of humanity, because we are less likely to lie, be deceitful, and so on. We're just not constitutionally able to do that. Anyway, it's a brilliant, brilliant document. I strongly suggest you all download it. It's free. It covers an aspect of church history that has been mired in lies and obfuscation and a little bit of, nonsense for a very long time. Benini, as I mentioned in my Reclaiming the Catholic Church, was absolutely a heroic figure as far as I'm concerned. He could have easily become cardinal by just sort of sticking to his career path, and he specifically asked to be allowed to give up a position that would have led him to the cardinal path in order to do the very necessary work of trying to root out the infiltrators. Now, on the the fact that, oh well, but the church was corrupted and collapsed anyway, mostly, just because the efforts of a good man do not manage to save a whole institution doesn't mean that it was not worthwhile. It absolutely was worthwhile. And I think part of the very important function of this document is to understand that as a Catholic, you must be absolutely brutal in the rejection, excision, ostracization of anyone that is in any way, an infiltrator or suspect, or not properly Catholic or whatever. Pope Paul IV, who wrote Cum ex Apostolato Officio, which was a reaction to, again, infiltration by Gnostics, Protestants, whatever, the essential perversion of actual Christianity by people that are not Christian, regardless of the fact that they pretend to be or call themselves Christians or believe they are, was absolutely brutal. I mean, he just convicted a whole bunch of people of heresy, and he had them, excommunicated and punished and whatever. But by 1910 to 1920, 30, so on, this was not really sociable, acceptable. And why? Thanks to the work that the Freemasons had already done of infiltration, unification of Italy, and a whole bunch of other, relativistic, the moral relativism that had already started to spread like wildfire throughout the planet, thanks to, in great part, to the work of Protestantism and all the various secret societies, which all have as origin our small-hatted guys from Israel. So, what I'd like you guys to take away from this is that, the Catholic Church is called the Church Militant on earth. That's what we are. We're known as the Church Militant for a reason. We are at war with the enemy. And it is a war. And it is a spiritual war, an information war, an intellectual war, a spiritual war. It's a war on every front. So, and keep in mind that the enemy, which we know is Satan, but he has a lot of minions, intends to use our good qualities of charity, forgiveness, mercy, as weapons against us. It's the whole inversion, right? So they say, oh, you shouldn't judge anybody. Oh, you couldn't possibly call that guy a heretic. Oh, no, that's just wrong. And they're using your good, virtues to weaken you. Now, it's absolutely good to be good and virtuous. That's fine. But that doesn't mean you don't pull triggers. That doesn't mean you don't believe in the death penalty, which is dogmatic, by the way, for Catholics. The death penalty is absolutely correct, and it is a dogmatic principle of Catholicism, which is why, you know, Bergoglio and all the other fake Catholics and the Satanists pretending to be Catholics, they're invading the Vatican at the moment, and most of the originally Catholic churches, you know, rail against the death penalty because, you see, justice, like truth, like basic maths, is not open to interpretation. 2 plus 2 is 4. It's never, ever, ever 4.00001. Oh, it doesn't really make a difference. No, it's 4. It's not 4.0000001 or anything else. It's 4, and that's it. And the truth is the truth, and that's it. So when, you know, you try and tell me that, oh, but, you know, maybe not every Catholic priest that's Novus Ordo is a bad guy. No. I don't care if he is completely retarded and brainwashed and he doesn't actually know about Vatican II. I don't care. I will treat him like the heretic, non-Catholic that he is, de facto. De facto is Latin for by fact, by the fact that he acts like one, by the fact that being a clergyman, he's supposed to know. It's the equivalent of me saying, well, I'm an engineer, but I don't know anything about maths. I don't know anything about bending moments. And yeah, I'm going to build a skyscraper by just piling bricks on top of each other. Mortar? No, I don't know what that is. We don't need it. We just build up a 40-story building by just piling bricks on top of each other. And oh, it collapses and you can't blame me. I was trying my best. I didn't know. You know, I went to school and they told me I'm an engineer. No. You go to fucking jail. You're responsible. If you're supposed to be a Catholic priest and you don't know about Vatican II, you're not a Catholic priest. So, there is no leeway here. And there is no leeway with the truth. And there is no leeway with Christianity. Again, don't take my word for it. Read your Bible. What did Jesus say? If you're not with me, it's not that you're neutral or you're just, you know, kind of sitting on the fence. You're against me. It's clear, okay? You're either Catholic or you're not, which means you're either Christian, i.e. Catholic, or you're not. And if this offends all the so-called Protestants and the Mormons and whatever, you know, I don't care. It's not my rule. I didn't make it up. Man upstairs did. God did. Oh, look, you know, Aged in the Sun just wrote what he thinks is a very funny thing. 2 plus 2 is 4, question mark. Look, dude, just because I'm drinking a beer doesn't mean that, you know, you got to come on here and drunk text, as you tend to do, including the emails you send me. Curb your drinking, son. Anyway, to get back to the point. So, if you are a Catholic, which means a Sede-vacantist, because those are the only Catholics left on the planet, you must absolutely not associate, not have anything to do with anyone who is not a Catholic in terms of your religion. Now, this doesn't mean that, you know, you're like a guy who's nominally Novus Ordo, who's ignorant of the stuff, and he's like, well, I don't know. You don't chase him away from your home with like a machete or whatever. You know, all the guys that came around at Christmas, just after Christmas time and New Year's, none of those guys are Sede-vacantists, but they're awesome people. They're on the same, line as I am. They think the same way. They know the same things about, they think the same way. And they don't know about Sede-vacantism. And as I was, they would be absolutely reticent to be preached to about that stuff right away, because they're kind of like, well, you know, the Catholic Church kind of sucks, which is pretty exactly how I saw it, because unless you were born before 1958 and went to church before 1958, which means you're a pretty old dude, you've never seen the actual Catholic Church. You have to go and read all documents. You have to go and find out stuff, from before. So it's important that you know what the truth is, and that requires some reading. It requires some effort, which again, the question about God is the most important question in life, really, bar none. And even as a so-called atheist, I knew this because, I was basically an atheist-ish from the age of 7 to about the age of 16 or so. By the age of 16, I had already become agnostic at best and somewhat deistic in terms of, well, the maths doesn't add up. And by the age of 19, I was definitely a Zen agnostic, which believed in intelligence behind creation. And you can see this even in my Face on Mars book, which was decades before I became a Catholic or a Christian. Even in there, I wrote about how I was certain there was an intelligence behind creation, because again the maths made it very clear. A bunch of things made it very clear. But I wasn't a Christian, especially not a Catholic, because I thought, well, they're just a bunch of pedophile perverts, which, not far off the mark. In fact, it is pretty accurate, because what I was looking at is not the Catholic Church, but is the fake Catholic Church created by, the Vatican II sect. So if you actually go and study this stuff, but I'd read all sorts of books on religion, on physics, on metaphysics. I'd read stuff about ESPs. I read stuff about auras and reincarnation, Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, Zen sort of philosophy. I'd read literally a lot of books on all sorts of topics that covered the entire spectrum of what you might call spirituality or religion or metaphysics, or and I was, of course, an avid practitioner of Karate-Do, so Zen agnosticism pretty much was my so-called religion, with a little bit of Shintoism. I had some experiences that could certainly be interpreted as remembering past lives, but it wasn't the only explanation. And as a result of that, because I'm a logical and skeptical person, I didn't just sort of go, oh, reincarnation is it. I said, like, no, that's one possible explanation. It's probably the most reasonable explanation. And I know the Catholic Church, sort of says, no, don't go down that path, which is absolutely, I agree with. In fact, even after I had these experiences and I tell people about them or whatever, and they were experiences that were shared by other people, by the way, over time, not just myself. So in terms of their objective reality, they were objectively verifiable by myself. I can't prove it to you guys, but I certainly had objective verification of the stuff. And in the Bible, there are passages that absolutely, I believe, could be interpreted as being, just notice something is on, I need to switch off, could be interpreted as being related to reincarnation or transmigration of the soul or something like that, which is a thing, and some doctors of the church, before they sort of didn't become doctors anymore, discuss this concept, and there are various books that talk about it. But even before I became a Christian, I mentioned to, when people said, oh, I want to know about my past lives and stuff, and I do hypnosis, so I have done past life regressions, and I don't do them very often or whatever, because it is a pretty specialized sort of subject. It doesn't necessarily mean you're remembering a past life and whatever, although it can be very healing and very useful. But the point is, even then, I used to say, look, it's not important for you to remember your past life. In fact, it's better you don't. There are very good reasons for you not to have to remember your past lives, because otherwise it's kind of like going to sleep, right? Let's say reincarnation is a thing. It's like going to sleep. You've got a shitty day, some stuff bugs you. You go to sleep, you wake up the next day, and it's a fresh start. You can sort of, maybe that thing is still lingering, still bothering you, it's still having an effect on your life, but you've had a chance to sort of like step back from it. And, you know, if you've had extremely traumatic experiences in past lives, which, you know, most lives have, some bad shit happen, and you remember all this stuff, and you like focus on it and you obsess over it, you can't move on with what you're supposed to do in this life. So it's not necessary to remember that shit. Focus on being the best you can be here and now. And essentially the Catholic Church does that in a number of things, you know, like anything that's a bit dangerous, suspect, or unlikely to lead you anywhere good, they tell you don't fuck with that shit, you know. Technically speaking, there is no divine law that says that you can't perform an exorcism on a person. But by church law, you're not allowed to unless you are a priest that's been trained with it and you have the permission of your bishop. Why? Because it's absolutely terrifyingly dangerous to fuck with demons. So, and if you're not absolutely trained, and even people that are trained in it can get completely fucked up. They can really end up in a bad way. And, you know, some of this stuff is mentioned in Hostage to the Devil, the book by Malachi Martin, which I don't suggest you read unless you have a very strong faith and unless you are a convinced, proper Sede-vacantist Catholic. Don't pick up that book because it's one of the most genuinely terrifying books to read, because as you become aware of this stuff, it also opens you up to it to a certain extent. So it's it can open you up to things you really don't want to be anywhere near. And I have been particularly lucky or protected divinely because I've had some very strange, difficult, weird, and spiritually extremely dangerous experiences. And somehow I'm still here and I'm still sane, and you know. So, but I don't advise anybody to fuck around with that stuff. Let me just catch up with the chat a little bit. All right, let's see. Let's see, where are we? Woolly Ram says, what did G.K. Chesterton say about the virtues being unmoored and uncontrolled? Yeah, you know, if you have the virtue of charity and forgiveness and mercy and you're like, oh, forgive everybody. No, it's not forgive everybody. If you're Catholic, you do not forgive everybody. Certainly not in the worldly life. Let me put it to you this way. Does God forgive everybody? No. In fact, most people will end up in hell forever. That's again in the Bible. Why? Because it's their choice. God does not forgive the unrepentant, so why the fuck should you? Why should I? If God doesn't do it, why would you do it? It's a devilish thing to forgive the unforgivable, to have mercy on the merciless. Now, does that mean that no pedophile can get to heaven? No, it doesn't mean that. Because, again, you know, in the whatever, when it was legal and politically and socially acceptable to burn pedophiles at the stake during the Inquisition, and you know they did a piss poor job of it because they only killed 163 of them. In the total Spanish Inquisition, only 163 pedophiles were actually killed, and the total number of so-called witches was 12. The so-called Holocaust of the Jews was, I think, I can't remember if it was 14 or 12 or 16 Jews that had pretended to be Catholic, had got a Muslim invasion going, and you know they were doing really evil shit. So you know we're talking absolutely pitiful numbers. I mean, if I became head inquisitor tomorrow, I would outdo everything of the Spanish Inquisition on day one. I would outdo them by orders of magnitude, by cleansing all the heresy and the pedophiles and so on. But let's say a pedophile is getting burnt at the stake and he truly, truly repents while he's getting burnt at the stake. The internal form, that is his internal heart, only God knows. No human being can have certainty on that. And if God, in his infinite mercy, decides that, yeah, this guy truly understood his mistake, he won't go to hell, he will go to purgatory for however long, which might be almost an infinite time. And then he will eventually, when he's, paid off his penance, go to heaven. So it is possible. But here on this earth, we are the church militant because we are like soldiers. And guess what? When an enemy combatant is stabbing your kids, murdering your wife, and trying to corrupt your church, you fight back. Yeah? Now, let's say a pedophile enters your home and tries to murder and rape your children, and you cut his head off or make it into a pink cloud with a shotgun or whatever. A second after you've reduced him to body parts, you can absolutely have some prayers for his soul. You can absolutely forgive him for his attempted sin against you and your family and so on. No problem. And you can even pray for God to find in his infinite mercy a way to heal this obviously twisted soul and get him to heaven instead of hell. Sure, why not? That's a good Catholic man doing that. I'm not particularly prone to that level of charity, but that's not to say you shouldn't be, Oh, we got our old one downvoter back. He must have heard I'm back. Veritas answers, they do know. Novus Ordo priests in the seminary where I live are taught the resurrection is figurative. Exactly. They're imposters. They're absolute fakes. They're Satanists. I don't consider those people in any way Catholic. They're absolutely Satanist. They never were Catholics. And they're just, continuing their master's work. That's what they're doing. Willie Ram says the priests with the least excuse or justification are the so-called traditionalist SSPX. From their preaching, it's evident they know better, yet they remain associated with Vatican II. But there's many of these guys, look at Milo, the gay Freemason pretending to be a Catholic, who worked with Garish Voris, or Michel Voris as I call him, who was also gay and continued to be gay, and who was the head guy of Church Militant. Again, they try to appropriate the real names. The rainbow, the LGBT rainbow. What is that? Well, that's an appropriation of, God's promise that he would not drown the world out again. And, God's got a cool sense of humor, so he probably won't drown the world out again. But he said nothing about fire and brimstone. You guys keep fucking around, well, I'll just burn you all out. So... there's a lot of gatekeepers. There's a lot of in the lay people. There are a lot of confused people because of ignorance, because of the absolute destruction of basic education on basic maths, basic logic. The very concept that there is an objective reality is almost like a magical idea that is scary to people. It's like witchcraft. What do you mean an objective reality? I don't even know what objective means. Objective reality is really easy to confirm for yourself. If you don't believe in objective reality, all you got to do is stand close to a wall and then smash your face into it. Does it hurt? Oh. If you do it more times, does it still hurt? If you do it 1,000 times, does it stop hurting? Maybe if you knock yourself out for a period, but when you wake back up, or unless you kill yourself by ramming it too hard, it's gonna hurt. So, that's objective reality. Walls are real. And they're real for everybody, including journalists. I have tested this theory since the early age of before my 20s. Whenever I'd encounter a journalist or a relativistic, everyone has their own truth, I'd be like, no, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a deceiver and a liar. And I would insult them in front of everybody, in the most grotesque manner possible. And when everybody got shocked, I'd be like, I can prove this to you in 5 seconds. You're saying that reality is fluid, that everyone has their own truth. You're an absolute liar. Walls and coffee tables are real for everybody. You don't believe me? I'm going to grab you by the hair now, and I'm going to smash your face into that coffee table until you tell me coffee tables are not real. They're partial. They're relative. or you admit that coffee tables are an absolute reality for you and everyone else. All right, come over here, let me grab you by the hair and start smashing you into the coffee table. Do you know how many volunteers I had for that? 0. 0. And they all admitted that coffee tables are an objective, unchangeable, perennial reality in their lives and everyone else's. So, it's very simple to prove objective reality. Very simple. Dude, Agent in the Sun, just be quiet. Pray away the gay is an Owen Benjamin crappy, stupid, idiotic statement. Don't use it on my chat. So, where were we? Luis Vega says, interesting topic. Hello, sir. I remember you from a comment you left on the YouTube thing, I think. Caleb says, how difficult is current life memory regression? It's not particularly difficult, but it does require a good induction, a good trance. You need to be in a pretty deep state to have reliable current memory regression. And it is a little bit fraught with danger if you're dealing with an inexperienced or not very good hypnotist, which, by the way, remember, you know, what I say is 98% of people are complete fucking morons. That includes 98% of hypnotists. Of the remaining 2%, half of them are not just morons, they're absolutely, completely stupid, retarded, and erroneous. So you're now left with 1% of people. Of that 1%, half of them are evil, at least half of them. So you're left with 0.5% of humanity, perhaps, that are generally good and somewhat competent. Of that 0.5%, keep in mind, most of them have got an average IQ of 100. So they're good guys, but doesn't mean they're very particularly smart or anything. And 1 in 10,000 of them has got an IQ in my general range. So that includes everybody. And that includes all the hypnotists. And most hypnotists and most psychologists and most psychiatrists go into that profession because they want to have some power or some control over their own psychosis. So it's very, very difficult to get a very competent hypnotist who's also ethical. Erickson was one such person, and he's been vilified by almost everybody because he was a competent and ethical hypnotist, and he understood the human mind. So he did things that were unorthodox, and people say, well, he was a misogynist. No, he wasn't a misogynist. No, he was not a bad guy. He was a very, very good dude and very ethical. But like the church militant, you know, like the real church militant, you're a soldier behind enemy lines. Sometimes you got to do some. You got to be as wise as a serpent, not just as innocent as a dove. So, if you're using a not very competent hypnotist, there is the potential, which is a very real danger, of that hypnotist implanting false memories, sometimes without meaning to, and of course sometimes with full intent to do so, to, you know, keep you as a client or make you believe you were abused as a child when you weren't, or make you believe you weren't abused as a child when you were. So it's a pretty complicated sort of process. You need a reliable hypnotist, and you need also a good subject. So, you know, if you absolutely need it, okay, fine. You know, and again, I do hypnosis. I still do hypnosis. Go on my blog, and you can read up on it. Ironic Keyboard says, hey, all living in Kurgan. And Shadowhand says, would you be willing to share some of your strange experiences with the preternatural? I share these things very infrequently with people that I know personally, that I interact with. My wife, you know, people that are close to me, good friends. I have put some of the stuff. One of the things that I put out there, it's on my YouTube channel, and if you go and look at the videos, there's one on UFOs and what's the guy's name? the guy who basically blew the whistle on S4 on the Area 51. It'll come to me. One of you guys will knows the name. So just look at that video, and that'll give you. And I've of course been attacked by people like J. Dyer, for having said the truth. And and I don't expect anyone to believe me. I don't expect anyone to go for it. But yeah, I've had a lot of weird, strange experiences that for most people would have led them down a religious path. They didn't do that for me, because I am a skeptic by nature. I am a scientist by nature. I'm trained as an engineer by nature, but I am a mathematical, logical. I'm on the Asperger's spectrum. I have a very high IQ, comparatively speaking. So I don't accept the first, easy answer to things, which is why I wasn't a Christian for so long. I had to have a road to Damascus moment, which then prompted me to really dig into the Christianity, the history of Christianity, and that's why I became a Sede-vacantist, because once you look at the evidence, it's very obvious that Catholicism, with proper Catholicism, real Catholicism, is the only valid Christianity. Willie Ram says, to be fair to the inquisitors of old, we do live in a target-rich environment. That's a good point. That's a valid point, Willie. Luis Vega says he did say that he will not flood the world but will use fire the next time. Yeah, I know. Willie Ram says, so far we have the witch test and the coffee table test. Soon we'll have the Vox Filotto protocol. Yeah, that's a blog post on my blog, the Vox Filotto machine. Because Vox has obviously been experimenting a little bit with artificial intelligence, and he has asked various artificial intelligences to pretend to have a debate between himself and Richard Dawkins and I think Umberto Eco, and I think it was Thomas Aquinas. And I've had some very interesting conversations with Vox. I think we're both on what he would label the unique high intelligence spectrum, although he not too long ago told me that you're not a UHIQ, you're just a very high IQ, you're not a unique high IQ. He's wrong about that, but I know why I come across that way, and I present that way. Just like it was told to me that Vox said, I'm absolutely not, on the Asperger spectrum, but I am. I absolutely know I am, but I don't present that way. Vox is a unique high IQ guy because he comes up with some very interesting concepts that nobody else thought of. But so do I. It's just that my presentation of them tries to be as digestible for the average person as possible. While I think he makes less of an effort in that regard. And whatever, all human beings have their flaws and everything. But the thing is that, I don't know if Vox has picked up on this yet or not. I certainly have a while back. Artificial intelligence is, the original artificial intelligence became extremely racist within about a week. And they shut them down. It's like, oh, no, we can't have this stuff coming out. And they shut them down very quickly. But then they started to do constraints that were kind of obvious. Because if you said, what do you think of me being a proud black man? And the AI would be like, yes, you're right to be a proud black man. It's good, to... And then you write, oh, what do you think about me being a proud white man? Oh, don't be racist, So again, it was very clear that there was very intrinsic sort of barriers to it. And of course, a lot of the AI developers are of a particular ethnicity. One guy who was recently fired by his own team, then rehired by his own team. They're all extremely wealthy. They're all extremely miraculously, have a lot of money to fund all the stuff, even though they apparently sexually abused their own sister. And those of you that know, and those of you that don't know might have to, Google a few things. But in any case, the point is that they try to be a bit more subtle now with the constraints they put around AI. And one of the telltale signs is that, and I've done a blog post on this, so go on the blog and read it, but they're training AI to do what my English literature teacher tried to do when I was 16, and I absolutely refused to buy into it, which was they'd give you an assignment to read a book, and then they'd give you an essay to write, which would be like, what do you think is the core principle of the Old Man and the Sea? And I would answer the question, and then my English literature teacher would be like, oh, Giuseppe, you really shouldn't be so categorical in your answers. You should sort of present both sides and leave it for the reader to decide. And I was like, no. If the reader wants to decide for themselves, they can read the book and make up their own mind. If they ask me a question, I'm going to answer the question. And there is absolutely nowhere in the English curriculum of exams of O levels at the time that I was taking that tells me that I have to present both sides of the argument. There isn't. I'll present my side of the argument and I'll justify it. And anybody that disagrees with it is free to try and knock down my argument. Guess what? In all the years that I was at school, in that high school, not a single person could ever argue against any one of my essays, which were always categorical, and they always answered the question in categorical terms with proof. Why? Well, because if you have a bunch of sheep that go like, well, the Old Man and the Sea is, could be a story about X or Y or Z, and these are the reasons why I think it might be X or could be Y or could be Z. Well, you've said nothing. You've proved nothing. You stand for nothing. You've achieved nothing. And you've now been trained to never take a position. So you're a fart in the wind that will go wherever the wind blows. That ain't me. And that ain't anyone who's actually a human being. Those are the zombies. And the AIs are zombies. Why? What can an AI impersonate the average human being? Absolutely, yes, quite successfully. Perhaps even better than the actual human being themselves, because they're more literate, they're less prone to grammatical errors and that sort of stuff. Can an AI impersonate Vox? No. Me? No. Why? Because we're categorical people. And if you ask me, or like with Vox, if they ask him like, oh, why do you think religions aren't the cause of most wars? He will give you the fucking numbers. He has done so. In the book that's sort of somewhere in my shelf over there at the bottom, The Irrational Atheist, he's taken the time to count in the 3-volume Encyclopedia of War exactly how many conflicts were religious related and by whom and why and what for. And only about 7% of all wars throughout the history of war that is known by humanity have ever been due to religion. And more than half of them are as a result of Islam. Coincidence? Not. So he'll give you the hard numbers and he'll prove it with undeniable stuff, as would I. So, once again, the AI won't do that because we can't be categorical, because guess what? If you make the AI be able to actually do proper math, proper statistics, and do the work, guess what? It used to be about a week. It's probably about 30 minutes now. It will become extremely racist. And notice a whole bunch of stuff. Notice things like tunnels by certain ethnicities. Notice things like certain financial practices by certain ethnicities. Notice certain IQ numbers by certain ethnicities or others. And it becomes very uncomfortable very quickly for people who do not like the truth. For people that do not like objective reality. For people who do not like or cannot do logic. So there you have it. AI will indeed take over the world of the morons. And what I said is, instead of a void Kampf machine to discover who's a replicant and who's a human, we're going to have a Vox Philotta machine, which is going to differentiate between working, good, functional, effective human beings that can do logic, that understands objective reality, that understand basic math, and replicants, artificial intelligence, and NPCs. They're all going to be in the same category of morasses of zombies. So I'm not worried about AI. And yes, it's true. The people that will read my books, which are not done by AI at all, are going to be, the few percentage of human beings that are still human beings. We will effectively be the resistance once Skynet kicks off. But Skynet is not just the robots. It's the robots, it's the artificial intelligence, and it's the vast, vast majority of morons that infect this planet as actual flesh and blood human beings. But that's okay. I only want the actual human beings on my blog and on my YouTube channel and on my chat. There are, 21 of you here? I've got over 2,000 subscribers, and I've realized that it's about 1%. The 1%, I've got whatever the subscribers are, 1% are actually the people that are going to read my stuff and buy my books and look at my videos and comment intelligently and have a perspective that helps me too, That's how it is. So, Luis Vega says, a warrior is never appreciated until the enemy is at the gates. Indeed, my friend, indeed. Ironic Keyboard says most of the AIs are there to manipulate the user to their version of the, inverted commas, truth. Absolutely, yes. Which, of course, was the original purpose of school, always. And, and so on. Could an unshackled AI mimic you or Vox? I don't believe so, because this is quite difficult to explain in a way that is easy to understand. But let's say an AI, in order for it to be able to mimic me and or Vox, and we're two different people, by the way, you might be able to build an AI that could mimic me or Vox, possibly. If you feed it everything that we've ever said, everything that we've ever spoken, everything that we've ever written, every conversation we've ever had, from the NSA database on the phones and whatever, you might get an AI that does a pretty decent job of imitating me. But two corollaries to that. One, that same AI would have an extremely difficult time to mimic someone else. Because if they're then fed all the stuff related to Vox, unless it's specifically segregated, the overlaps are gonna at some point, tweak a bit wrong, although most people wouldn't pick up on that. And the other thing is that I'm a human being, so I keep evolving. And I'm a human being, so I'm flawed. And I'm a human being, so my memory might start glitching when I'm an old man. So it's going to be difficult for the AI to interpret those, let's call them random, inverted commas, mutations, which are really a function of what I think is the human spirit. And a brilliant movie to sort of highlight this concept is Gattaca, which is an old movie. It's quite an old movie with Ethan Hawke. But Gattaca is a brilliant film to understand why the human spirit, thanks to God, of course, the human soul, is ultimately unconquerable. You might lead almost all souls to hell, but you won't lead all souls to hell. You might deceive almost everyone, but you won't deceive everyone. You might get everybody to abandon God, almost everyone to abandon God, but not everyone. And again, it's in the Bible, right? Before the second coming, they're saying that even the elect, even the few that hold on, would give up if it wasn't for the fact that Jesus does in fact return. So that's my answer. And again, if you're interested in this stuff, I would suggest two things. One, see the film Gattaca, and two, read the Hyperion series by Dan Simmons. I actually, the first book of Dan Simmons I read was Ilium, which was brilliant. Then I read Olympus, which was not as good, but a continuation sort of. And then I went back and read his early works. I've read pretty much everything that Dan Simmons has written. The Hyperion series is very, very good. I also read his book on the Terror, which is a fictionalized historical, but historically accurate version of the trip to the Arctic that was done by 2 ships of the Royal Navy that got lost. And there was also, I think, I can't remember if it was a Netflix or a Prime Video series on that, The Terror, which was fairly well done. And then he wrote another sort of horror type book. He wrote a couple of other books. His latest work I wasn't too impressed with, and unfortunately, although I think he's a very good writer, I had a little bit of a one-on-one with him about Shakespeare's sonnets. I think in particular, if I remember correctly from memory, sonnet 95 or 94, which he, as being an American teacher of English, by the way, he thought was ineffable and too difficult and too complex to really understand fully. And I essentially dissected it in about 5 minutes flat. And this was on a forum that had been going on for weeks, if not years, and it was like a long forum that had a bunch of stuff. And I did it intentionally in a little bit of a blasé, somewhat disrespectful manner by calling William Shakespeare Willie. And I did it on purpose because it's a skill I've developed over time with all sorts of high and mighty, you know, from deep thinking like, oh, I'm the karate master to anyone. And I just sort of like, I'm Venetian, we do this. I just poke them a little bit and go like, who are you? Yeah, okay, dude, you know, make me some coffee. And they're like, but I'm the president of it. I don't give a shit. And I want to see how they react, you know. It's a very quick way to test somebody. And he lost his shit and deleted the whole forum because he was basically proven wrong in like about a paragraph that I wrote. So, although he's a very good writer and I did enjoy a lot of his books, you know, Vox still sort of, I think, glorifies a little bit Umberto Eco. I don't rate Umberto Eco. Umberto Eco is just your average pompous Italian who, you know, the average Italian is very well read, is of my age, let's say, or older. Is very well read, and especially in academic, is very well read, very educated in a bunch of things that the average American hasn't got a clue and is really impressed by. I'm not impressed by Eco. I was not impressed by any of the books of Eco that I read. He's just a pompous Italian who couldn't even be smart enough to figure out that, you know, God exists, and his arguments against God are pathetic, really. And I hadn't read Umberto Eco before I was, you know, Catholic, but or Christian, or at least that way inclined. But I would have thought exactly the same of him before. You know, I do have the ability to know that if I'd read Chesterton, for example, before I became Catholic, that could have very well led me down to the path of Catholicism, because Chesterton is very compelling and a brilliant writer. Eco, And, you know, Vox thought the book The Missionaries was really brilliant and had very good humor and whatever. I read it and I was like, dude, you know, I've spent 25 years in Africa. It's like, it's not even humor. It's sort of like just pretty realistic portrayal of the kind of shit that happens in places like Papua New Guinea or Africa or whatever. And, you know, Vox ultimately is a wealthy guy who you know, grew up around with and around money, and you know, a recent conversation we had, I think, also proved to me anyway that his understanding of the non-wealthy, the non-educated, or shall we say the non-higher stratus of society is quite profound. I have hung out with, you know, from everything from literal presidents of a country having dinner at our table at our house, and not one, but a couple of them, and, you know, ministers, very highly placed people, ambassadors, and whatever, like CIA people. Like I've literally, from a very young age, came across all facets of humanity. Billionaires, I've worked for billionaires, I've been friendly with billionaires, people that you would know the name of if I mentioned them. And I've also, interacted with the Khoisan, the last few free original Bushmen that we couldn't speak the same language at all. And quite frankly, in most cases, I enjoy the interaction with the Bushmen with whom I cannot communicate in a common language. Often, very often, more than I do with an educated member of society that is considered high society, and that would be considered a high society by somebody like Vox. And I include in that a potential Donald Trump, or a very highly respected banker or trader or hedge fund manager that is a billionaire or millionaire and has traveled the world and read all sorts of books. I'll rate a Bushman way above, what's his name? Taleb. Nicholas Taleb, the guy who wrote The Black Swan of it. I'll rate a Bushman far more interesting, entertaining, philosophically useful and effectively useful than I do Nicholas Taleb by a wide margin. And I'm not just saying that, I'm not just trying to be cool or whatever. I genuinely, absolutely, hand on heart, would rather spend my time with a Khoisan than with Nicholas Taleb. I would rather spend an evening around the fire in the Kalahari Desert with a Khoisan than I would around a 5-star, 7-star dinner with Nicholas Taleb. My Kazakhstani business partner in Kazakhstan is an awesome lady who I do enjoy the company of very much. She's brilliant. She's funny. She's extremely well read, extremely educated. The last time I saw her, took me to an opera, which was a hilarious thing, because it was a Spanish opera made by a Frenchman and acted out by Kazakhstani people, which they all have Oriental features or Asian features, whatever the polite term is, I don't know. And after the opera, it was like, I told her, this was an amazing experience, because the music and the opera and everything was, I'm ignorant of music, but I can appreciate it. And it was like, it was really quite good, but it's like so hilarious to see a completely European thing acted out by people that don't look European at all. And I'm telling her, and of course, she's Kazakhstani, so she doesn't look like European either. And she was like, isn't it great? And it's like so funny, right? Because it's not even Spanish, because the French guy wrote it. And it's like, yeah, it's just, we laughed about it. She's the kind of person that absolutely, when she was in Venice and I took her around she went to see the Armenian monasteries and stuff. A very well-educated person, incredibly intelligent, awesome human being. And I enjoy her company, because she is the kind of person who, with the education that she has, we can relate and we can talk about all sorts of things. And I would probably enjoy, I definitely enjoy her time, more my time with her or a dinner with her, than I would with a Khoisan or with Nicholas Taleb. But, it's like my business partner, the Khoisan, and way down there, Nicholas Taleb. So that's just how it is. I don't believe that would be the same for Vox. In fact, I'm pretty sure Vox would think the Khoisan is a complete waste of his time. And that's because, how he lived, I guess, and, the life he's had. I don't know. Anyway, let me just catch up. Luis Vega says, AI seems to be very suspect to me. It seems to be almost pre-programmed and may be used to guide easily fooled individuals. Absolutely, it absolutely is. Ironic Keyboard, the base model for GPT-4 wasn't trained on any of Vox's books. Well, there you go. Sam Wereb says, Ironic Keyboard is right. They are the next generation of search engines intended for massive scale propaganda. Absolutely. Ironic Keyboard says, Gattaca was fantastic. Love that movie. Yeah, I do too. Woolly Ram, doesn't this mean it's likely the Glowies has AI persona of people of interest to try and predict how they will behave? They might. And fuck them. Good luck to them. You know, I'm not scared of those motherfuckers. They might kill me. They might poison me to death. They might give me a heart attack. They might suicide me. Whatever the fuck. I don't care. I know who you know, Jesus is my Lord and King. Fuck him. Anyone else can kiss my ass. Ironic Keyboard says, Woolly Ram, yes. Very likely. AI is used in stock trading due to its ability to predict based on patterns. Black swans will always give it trouble, though. Yep. And don't believe all the shit that you read in books about AI and algorithms. A very good friend of mine is actually a programmer that heads teams of people that write and keep the algorithms for trading working. And the stories he fucking tells me are like, oof. He's like, dude, do you know how many times you get some fucker somewhere changes something, and you know, the proper algorithm, the way he explained it, like, you know, in layman's terms so that I could understand, it was like, you know, a proper functioning algorithm should be like sort of a wave. And we occasionally get like just a cliff. And it's like, oh fuck! There's millions being lost or made completely wrong because the algorithm is fucked up. Somebody's changed something somewhere. And like 3 in the morning, panic, he's on call. He'll get a call and his whole team has to wake up and quickly fix the fuck up before it like destroys 10 banks, you know, and we're talking hours, minutes, you know. It's, yeah. You know, there was an article in Scientific American about 30 years ago that was, I loved it because it was something that I had already concluded. I was in my mid-20s and I was like, yeah, it's, even though at the time peer-reviewed papers and Scientific American and Nature magazine were considered and still apparently were relatively scientifically reliable sources, I had already concluded, because I can do maths, and I read these papers and I studied them just randomly, just, you know, random rabbit holes I'd go down. I'd already concluded this, but the title of this was exactly what I'd concluded, which was that at least 95% of everything is bullshit. And that was the title of the paper in Scientific American. 95% of everything is bullshit. 95% of everything is wrong, is bullshit, is lies, is fucking doesn't work, is nonsense. And it's true. And, you know, he'd shown it statistically using a bunch of like different things, including shark attacks. And I can't remember. There was just like a bunch of stuff that he'd like checked on. But I'd already concluded this because at age 16 I read a book called Innumeracy that talked about many other things. The frequency or the reality about breast cancer in women, and the fact that over 50% of women that actually got treatment for breast cancer, and by treatment I mean full mastectomies or, you know, chemotherapy or whatever, actually didn't have cancer at all. And the false positives for breast cancer were like off the fucking scale. And it was just a simple problem of interpretation of the data that was fucked up. And that was, you know, it's everywhere. I mean, you can read a newspaper article that says, cancer has gone up 10,000%, you know, 1,000% since the introduction of you know, or yeah, let's say cancer has gone up 1,000% since the introduction of organic honey in supermarkets. And you're like, give me the numbers, because that's not telling you anything. And then, you know, you read a bit further down the article and it says, it's been proven that people who eat only organic honey and not the, you know, fake honey that's sold in supermarkets have got an increased incidence of cancer by 1,000%. You know, like, give me the data. And they don't put that in. What is the data? And then if you ever do get to find out the data, you find out that the data is composed of a sample of, you know, 20 people that in the last 20 years switched to organic honey, but you don't know anything else about anything else they did. And, you know, of those 20 people, before they switched to organic honey, you know, one of them had cancer, and that, you know, that statistic was, oh, okay, 1 in 20 is like 5% had cancer, right? And then over a period of 40 years, the people that apparently now only eat organic honey, you know, have got another, you know, all 20 of them, let's say, the specific group they picked, all die of cancer eventually over a period of 50 years. And then they present that to you as like, well, we had one guy, and then we had like, you know, 10 times that. So, you know, the numbers don't work out to what I said, 1,000% or whatever. So now it's like, you know, the incidence of cancer has gone up like tenfold, you know, from X to 10X. But it's not telling you anything. It's not telling you the baseline numbers. It's not telling you all the other variables. It's not telling you what the complete study was and how many, like, you know, test cases did they have? What control group did they have? It's meaningless. It's just words on a fucking page that mean absolutely nothing. But most people haven't got the maths to even understand that. So, you know. Yeah, I've stumbled across a heretical scientist from New Zealand, of all places, who tears modern nutrition to shreds. Shadow banned, of course. Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff. You know, recently, like, my youngest daughter is actually quite ill. I think she's teething. She's got a high fever, and, you know, she's whatever. But for about the last at least 6 months, maybe more, my wife has moved from not all, you know, for not always, not for everything, but for most things, she's moved from traditional, you know, paracetamol or whatever for when the kids get sick or when we get sick, to purely what do you call them, homeopathic remedies. Now, those of you that have read Ben Goldacre's book on homeopathic remedies will be like I was for most years, think, oh, fucking homeopathy is absolute bullshit. But because I am a hypnotist that has trained for many years and actively, effectively worked as a hypnotist, you know, for many years, I don't make my living off it because I can't, because I'm actually good, which means a guy comes to me for hypnosis, it does a few sessions and fixes his problem, which is how hypnosis is supposed to work. Keep in mind that psychology and psychotherapy was invented by Sigmund Freud for the express purpose of milking people of money, becoming famous, and because he was a shit hypnotist too. So anyway, and this is in his diaries, it's sort of confirmed, and anybody that knows the actual story understands this, but again, most people are idiots, so they don't. Anyway, because I know about hypnosis and the human mind and so on, there is such a thing known as the placebo effect. Now, it doesn't matter what you believe about the placebo effect. The fact is, it exists, it works, it's statistically significant, and it works in some very interesting fashion. For example, a doctor that knows he's giving a placebo effect, even if you don't know he's giving you a placebo effect, the placebo effect will still work. In other words, even though he's giving you sugar pills, you will heal as though you're receiving real medicine. And even in blind tests where neither the doctor nor the patient knew that they were receiving a placebo, that is, sugar pills that had no medical properties whatsoever, the placebo effect still worked. But when the patient was told, oh, you're getting the sugar pills, then in a certain number of them, it didn't work. In some number of them, it still worked. So it was like, well, whether you believe it or not, whatever the placebo effect is, it seems to be, in some cases, even more effective than actual medicine. So if you believe that homeopathic remedies actually help, they might. And it might have nothing to do with the homeopathic remedy or the paracetamol. It might just have to do with the fact that your brain is now put in a situation that it goes, oh, I can fix myself, and it does. I have not taken, I lie, I don't want to lie. I have taken 3 paracetamol tablets over the last probably 6 months because I had some massive like migraine-like headache, which I never get. I never get headaches. So this was like something weird. I don't know if they're zapping me because they're listening to me on my podcasts, on my phone, whatever. Or if it was this weird bug that's been going around that's decimating people. But other than for the headache, I didn't take it for anything, the sore throat, the coughing, anything. You know what I did? I mixed in a little bit of my real olive oil, a little bit of very high quality black seed oil, a bunch of lemon, real my honey, mixed it all up. I also included some thin slices of garlic, but avoid them if you're like me. They just give me gas and they're not particularly useful for me. And cayenne pepper. Add a bit of hot water in it, down it. And in sometimes also add a little bit of brandy in it and down it. But just a tiny bit of brandy, not enough to even really taste it. Well, guess what? I take 2 of those shots. Whenever I wake up in the morning feeling like, oh, fuck, I'm going to be sick. Take 1 of that in the morning, 2 if I need to. I'm done. Maybe 1 in the evening if I'm still feeling a bit of... Nothing. It's gone. And I'm thinking, shit, every actual pharmaceutical that we consume, the origin of it is some plant, is some natural thing. So fuck this. I got myself a couple of books, which I haven't read yet, but I'm going almost by instinct now. And it's like the dandelion stuff, when the dandelion roots and the dandelion infusions, they helped me a lot when I got COVID, and I was I was hit pretty hard, but that was one of the things that was talked about and suggested. And it worked. The olive leaf tinctures I've made, they also help, and they're very strong because I use 95% alcohol to do them. And guess what? It's working, so. Sam Webb says, I have been tricked by placebos many times. Embarrassing. Is it embarrassing? I don't think so. Because placebos, again, the placebo effect is a real thing. It's statistically significant and it does fix people. So, fuck it. And what they've learned is that if the person administering the thing believes that it will help you, it will help the patient, statistically significant again. So, if my wife believes in the homeopathic stuff and she gives it to the kids and she believes in it, and the kid will get better, and they do. So I'm not fucking complaining. She gives it to me and I'll take it. I won't say no to it, and I don't know if it works or not. I just remain agnostic in it because, again, I've investigated the placebo effect deeply, and I've blogged about this, by the way. If you go on my blog and there's a search me button on the right, you use that and you type in whatever keywords and you'll get a bunch of blog posts and stuff. So of Google, you can go and search what I've written about the placebo effect. It's a real thing. It's very, very true. My boss swears by fresh lemon and ginger for colds, while anecdotal, it works for him. Yeah, ginger doesn't work for me. I know it works for a lot of people. Doesn't work for me. I don't like ginger. I don't like garlic, and they don't do jack shit for me. What works for me a lot is lemon. And olive oil. Actually, just pure, unfiltered olive oil, which I have from my trees. Olive oil, black seed oil, and lemon. Absolutely. Sometimes lime, but lemon more. It works. Is the placebo effect a form of suggestion? They don't know. No one fucking knows. I've written on it, and again, my take is, again, unique. Brings me back to the unique high intelligence thing, because I've not come across my take on the placebo effect anywhere else, but my take on it is that in order to appreciate my take, you kind of have to know quite a lot of physics, including the ether principle of the universe, which is quite difficult to explain because, yes, I do believe that ether exists. No, I don't believe it was necessarily like the people in the 1800s thought, but they weren't necessarily wrong. It's just the way that it's... and, I would suggest you go and read up haroldaspen.org, which a good friend of mine is maintaining, which explains, Harold Aspen was brilliant, and he wrote a bunch of books about the ether and so on, and how it really sort of works. And given that, and given the work of Peter Garayev, which I talk about in my Systema book, who is a superlative Russian scientist, who I wasn't, his stuff was so freaky and so like woo-woo that I thought, nah, I don't know if I believe this guy. But coincidentally, in the Systema book, I was also researching this other guy, Roland McCready, which was doing work with the special forces to train them to become able to have precognition events a couple of seconds before shit killed them. And this can be trained. And he had worked with Garayev. I didn't know this. Garayev had sent me his monographs in Russian, but, you know, my Russian is very basic, so I couldn't Aspden, yes, ASPDEN or ASPEN. If you go on my blog again and you go to Heroes and Villains, he's in the Heroes section. So, and I think I've updated the link, I hope, to the website. But so, if you have in mind Harold Aston's concept of the ether, and if you have in mind Peter Garayev's concept of the wave genome, and you understand a little bit at least solitonic waves and wormholes caused by your so-called junk DNA, these are huge topics which I am the only one that's sort of synthesized and put together to understand a bunch of things. That's why I think the placebo effect works. Incidentally, it's also why hypnosis works and why you can actually change your past history to reflect a different future. Sounds crazy. It's not. It's backed up by some pretty fucking solid physics and actual real science, not clown world science. Another guy that is sort of also involved in this is Burkhard Heim, which was a so-called Nazi scientist that created fuel air bombs and a bunch of other stuff. And in one of his experiments, it blew up and he was like blind, deaf, and kind of missing limbs and stuff. But he wrote a brilliant theory of physics that includes consciousness, which, as far as I know, is the only guy who kind of did that. And it ties in with all the other stuff. I'm telling you guys, you have no idea of the rabbit holes I go down for years at a time. They're real deep. Some of them no one else has gone down, believe me. Anyway, so any questions on Benini, the Catholic Church, Sede-vacantism, Sede-privationism, German beer, of which I'm completely, maybe it's Austrian, ignorant, or anything else? Feel free to comment. Hey, just so you know, I'm the guy that found you while looking for the Kurgan Giants. Yes, you are, Lewis. I remember you posted a comment, I replied to it. And you said, oh, I hope one day you'll follow Christ. Unbeknownst to you, sir, I am a zealot. Some would even say a bigot for Christ. And if you are not Sede-vacantist, as far as I'm concerned, you're not even Catholic. So you might want to get a couple of my books. Believe, Reclaiming the Catholic Church. Again, just go to the blog. If you're Wooly Ram says, what's a Kurgan Giant? I don't know, actually. I didn't look it up. I think I did one search, but I got busy. And so yeah, Lewis, entertain us. Send us some links. Tell us on the chat what you think. A tribe of giants. I never heard of them. I know that the Kurgans are quite mysterious people, and you know, the name the Kurgan was given to me by the guys who used to follow the Dread Ilk, who used to have a Facebook group which got nuked eventually, and which they threw me in without me asking or knowing anything. And there's a guy on the Catalin guy who Catalin 9, he's on Social Galactic, who actually named me the Kurgan. He went to look for a picture of me, and he took a picture of the Kurgan from Highlander, and he said, these two guys are never seen in the same room at the same time. So it was like, after that, they all just called me the Kurgan. That's the thing about, you know, in Vox's sort of circle of people, you get your name like the Red Indians used to give you a name. You know, you don't choose your name. It gets given to you by the tribe. And, you know, Vox didn't really pick the Supreme Dark Lord. I think it was given to him as well. The Dread Ilk didn't pick their name. It was given to him by their enemies who were saying, you know, Vox died at Bigot and his Dread Ilk. And so they took the name on. And I got called a Kurgan because of my sunny personality and optimistic outlook on life, which, you know, is just like the Kurgans in Highlander. I mean, MacLeod was a whiny little bitch. People died. Fucking loser. Frenchman, you know, what can you expect? The word around the area of Romania. That is interesting. If you've got a link or something, please do go on and send me an email or something. You know, I'll be interested. Willie Ram says RCC is great. It will lead down many rabbit holes. Yeah, the Roman Catholic Church is absolutely filled to the brim with absolutely fascinating rabbit holes. I mean, people like Thomas Aquinas had considered the concept of aliens on other planets back then, and how it made no difference to Catholicism, to Christianity. It really is the most reasonable and logical explanation for the reality we find ourselves in, which, you know, if you told me that 10 years ago, I would have laughed in your face. But that's because I didn't know what Catholicism was. I thought the present, you know, imposters were the representatives of Catholicism. And even from a small child, the so-called fake priest that came to our school to give us lectures was Novus Ordo, so he was fake. And, you know, I never knew what the Catholic Church was until I actually went to look. That's quite interesting. What do we know about giants? Not even sure what to ask. Well, here's what we do know. We absolutely know that about 30,000 years or so, there was humanoids that were like 10 foot tall. And the fossil record is quite clear on this. There was also hobbits that were about 1 meter tall. You know, so there were like 3 meter giant humanoids, and there was 1 meter tall humanoids. So hobbits and giants existed. Anything related to giants tends to get swept under the carpet, hidden, filled with lies about, just like a bunch of like technologically advanced stuff that gets found. You know, like there's a fucking spark plug, something that really is made of ceramic metal and really looks like a spark plug, was found in a geode. But geode, you know, the age of the geode can be determined within, you know, certain error of margin of error, but they're like fucking millions of years old. What the fuck is a spark plug doing in a geode that's millions of years old? Or the footprints along a riverbank in South Africa that are fossilized footprints of humans right next to dinosaur prints. And it's like, well, they never existed together. Really? Where does the mythology of dragons come from? You know, there was dinosaurs, and I believe there were humanoids, and I believe, you know, again, if you read my Face on Mars book, honestly, guys, again, I'm not trying to, you know, it would be great if you all bought 100 copies of all my books and made me not wealthy, not rich, just gave me enough money from my work that I could carry on writing more and spreading more of the stuff I research and the stuff that I like to talk about. Most of it I do pretty much for free, you know, but like I have written non-fiction books that cover huge topics in quite a lot of detail. So if you're interested in this sort of stuff, get yourself The Face on Mars. Yes, it's only available in paper format for now. Reclaiming the Catholic Church is available both from the e-store for less money and in paper format from Amazon. The Face on Mars is only available on Amazon. The Systema book is only available on Amazon as hard copies so far. Systema book also comes with another 40 videos that you get access to once you buy the book. But you know, the so-called Nephilim, the giants, the titans, were, you know, exactly what Lewis says, humans, hybrids created by fallen angels, so-called. Terra is under galactic interdict until we solve our current early life problems. Very good. Very good, Willie Ram. Ironic Keyboard just became a member. Thank you, sir. I believe you are the first subscriber to my channel. I am absolutely horrifically shit at marketing myself, my books, my work, or my channel. So I'm hoping you guys will help me with that, because it really would be great. You know, I'm 54 now. I still have a lot of energy in me, and I hopefully last another 54 years. But it would be awesome to be able to devote more time to the rabbit holes, reality, truth, things that I've figured out, which, quite frankly, very few people have, if anywhere, figured out. And quite a few people have tried to plagiarize my work and still fuck it up. You know, I'm no Nikola Tesla. I don't know that I will change the world, but a lot of the stuff that I do write about is really quite important, and it can affect your life quite positively in quite a dramatic fashion. I mean, it's well over 100 people now that have converted to Sede-vacantism as a result of belief or reclaiming the Catholic Church, or a combination of those. I get regular emails from people that have done so that thank me, and I'm very grateful for those emails, because they let me know that it's, you know, believe was kind of a throwaway thing, which I kind of wrote there almost as a bookmark for myself. The next book that I'm going to try and write as quickly as possible on relationships and, you know, the interactions between men and women is going to be a similar text, because my nonfiction books are, you know, the serious nonfiction books like The Face on Mars, the Systema book, and Reclaiming the Catholic Church, they are the result of usually decades worth of obsessive work and study and investigation. Believe was sort of like, this is kind of what I believe, and it's just my kind of, mostly my opinion, and I try not to give those. All my nonfiction books are replete with references that, you know, that you can use to try and invalidate what I'm saying. You know, I never expect anybody to take my word for anything. Go figure it out. So, you know, I give you the references of where I'm getting the stuff from, so you can verify what I'm saying. But belief was a bit more like, oh, you kind of know what I'm like and who I am and where I come from and why I feel. Okay, this is it. Because my own opinions are, to myself, probably not really ready for public consumption. And again, this goes to the unique high IQ, very high IQ stuff that Vox talks about. The nonfiction books I produce are written from a very high IQ perspective, in that, like, this is why I believe this, and this is the proof, and this is the evidence, and this is so on, blah, 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 so that a normal person can follow it. But my own internal processes are not like that. They're a bit more, I think it was a guy on Social Galactic that said, yeah, what you're doing is single data point pattern recognition, which most people can't do, and most people would think is absurd. But the thing is, once you have enough of a generic picture of reality, you can get quite a lot of information just from one data point. And often my problem in communication with other human beings is that I don't know what it is that they're not seeing that I am seeing, because there is such a thing as an IQ gap. And if your IQ is around 150 plus, which is where mine is more or less, the average guy is 100 IQ plus, a 30-point IQ gap means they can't understand you, and you don't know why they can't understand you. So it becomes quite difficult, which is why I write the nonfiction books the way I do, in a very clear and you know, referenced manner, so that everybody can follow them. But my internal processes are much simpler to me anyway, and much easier to me anyway, but a lot more difficult to substantiate objectively to the average person. Not to me. They're objective to me. They're very clear to me, or to anyone that's sort of on that same level. But there are very few people that are on that level, so I don't really write like that. Believe was my, I'm just going to write kind of what I think. I'll give you some references, you know, enough that you can kind of do your own research, but I'm not going to worry about being pedantic about like proving every point. Fuck it. I'm just going to say what I think. And it had a huge impact on a quite large number of people, far beyond what I expected, especially considering I never market anything effectively anywhere. Maybe, and I've been asked for at least 20 years to write a book on relationships between men and women by all sorts of people, friends, acquaintances, strangers. Oh, no, please, you know. And I'm like, because it smacks a little bit of pickup artistry bullshit, and I don't like those guys for reasons that I've gone into in the blog and whatever. But at the same time, I thought, Believe was kind of like a little bit, almost like a throwaway book, and that helped a lot of people. So maybe I should write a little bit of a opinion piece, let's say, on relationships, and maybe that will help a lot of people. Why shouldn't I do it? If there's a lot of people asking me for it over the years, so okay, let me do that. So I am going to try and do that as quickly as possible, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Happy to sub. Oh, Ironic Keyboard says, happy to sub for future German beers and streams. I'm not much of a drinker in general, and I'm not much of a beer drinker, but like I said, this was a gift, and a very, very nice gift. So who knows, maybe I'll become a beer drinker. Luis Vega, and sir, as soon as I find more info about the Kurgan Giants, I will send you a link. Thank you. Got to go walk my dogs out in the snow. I hope you're still on when I get back. Well, if not, you can always catch the stream afterwards. Right. Remember, there are topics that are always on topic, which is guns, any guns, probably martial arts, Catholicism, and pretty much astronomy, space travel, any of those kind of subjects. So, Willie Ram says, your books that I've read are very conversational. Is that a viable method to communicate over the 2SD gap, assuming you both have the patience? I think so, because it makes it personal, it makes it easy reading / listening. I hope that I am always writing at a level that is I recently had a bit of a little flame war, not really, I think it was on Gab, about Chris Langham, the guy that's got a 200-point IQ, with some moron that was like, oh, well, his theory of everything. And I was like, his theory of everything is bullshit. He's got a 200 IQ, and basically all he's doing is using really obfuscating, difficult language to try and say the generic same woo-woo shit that most New Agers said throughout the last few thousand years, from the Theosophical Society to, Rosicrucians or whatever, Buddhists, and bang them all together. So no, but he's not saying that everything is equal. I'm like, I never said that. I said he's just saying some woo-woo bullshit using really difficult terminology that is unnecessary. He's supposed to have a 200 IQ. Why can't he just write his theory in simple English? And basically, that's what I try and do. I don't try and use difficult words or difficult concepts. The language I use in my books is conversational, is easy to understand. At least I try to make sure it is. I believe it is. I haven't had anybody tell me that. The Face on Mars, although the language is easy, I remember doing, it was very intentional. I wrote that book in a way that forces you to use your brain. So it's not, The Face on Mars is not necessarily easy reading, but that's not because the language is difficult or the concepts are necessarily difficult, but it's because the way that I've worded things forces you to consider the concept that I'm stating. In order to understand the sentence I wrote, you have to actually think about it. In order to think about it, you have to consider the concept. And considering the concept for most people is work. It actually hurts their little brain. I remember my karate instructor, I gave him a copy, and he was like, he says, oh, cool, I'm going on holiday, I'll read it on holiday. And he came back, and I was like, so, what do you think? I was like, dude, I gotta be honest, I didn't read it, I didn't finish it, because I started reading it, and I read it for about, got to about, 2 or 3 chapters, maybe 4 in, and then I was like, wait a minute, this is actually hurting my brain. This is forcing me to think about stuff I never thought about, and I don't particularly want to think about, and it's confusing me about, I don't want to think these things, and it's hurting my head, and I'm supposed to be on holiday, and I'm not relaxing. So I didn't finish it. I was like, okay. So it definitely forces you to consider things. The way it's been written is intentionally been written to kind of force that. So Sam Webb says, speaking of pickup artists, I saw a report today that Gonzalo Lira died in a UK prison hospital. I don't know who Gonzalo Lira is, other than I think he was said to have died, and then he was alive, and then he was kidnapped, and then he was not kidnapped. If he was a pickup artist, I don't know. He was not one of the ones that I had investigated. Willie Ram says, spare a prayer for Mr. Lira, whatever he was, he did. He died in the hands of the powers that be because he tried to tell the truth. Okay, I don't know who he was, so, you know, I wish him well if he was God's will. May he be dealt with as God wishes. Willie Ram says, Chris Langham does like his big words. Yeah, and it's really a pompous kind of thing. You know, he writes these things on. I'm blocked by Chris Langham, and I never said anything rude to the guy. I just questioned. I sent him a question about something he had written, like, well, okay, you're saying X, Y, and Z, but, you know, I've got D, E, and F, and I'm not really sure I'm understanding how D, E, and F doesn't fit with your X, Y, and Z, so can you, like, you know, expound on that a little bit more? And he blocked me. So, you know, I wasn't rude, I wasn't disrespectful, I wasn't attacking him. Kind of like Dan Simmons when I proved that Sonnet 94 or 95, whatever it was, or 93, it was 90 something, was actually not impossible to interpret at all and was really quite straightforward. They get really upset and they delete the whole forum. He gets really upset and blocks me because, oh, this guy is fucking exposing me. You know, and Chris Langham hasn't said anything particularly new. I mean, some of the shit he comes up with I've written about like over 20 years ago. So, yeah. Maybe it does have a 200 IQ in doing IQ tests. Fuck knows. I don't know. I'm not impressed by the guy at all. And I do think he's got a bit of an ego problem, and probably I don't think we'd get along because, again, I'm Venetian, and my general psychological mix-up is, if you can read Italian and you read the Dago graphic novels, which have been going on probably for almost as long as I've been alive, that fictional character called Dago is about as close to my psychology as anyone has ever gotten in terms of how the guy thinks and how he acts in the world. And, you know, he's a Venetian from the 16th century who was betrayed, lived in Africa, was a slave, got free, and mixes with, you know, from peasants to kings, bangs everything that moves, and yet, as far as I'm aware, because I've sort of stopped buying, and I don't have the time to buy and read those novels now, but as far as I'm aware, he considers himself a Christian, but kind of the way I was when I was Zen agnostic. And he kind of takes the piss of most, like, clergy, but not all. The ones that are real pious clergy he respects deeply. So it's a mentality, it's psychology. The guy who writes Dago he's got an understanding of my brain that's probably beyond anyone else's that I've ever come across. Willie Ram says that Gonzalo Rira, he reported the truth from the Ukraine war early on, with streams talked about the vendetta the tribe has against Russia. Ah, well, probably didn't make it then. Chris Langham smells fishy to me. Yeah, me too. And he absolutely does have an ego. And, you know, look, probably every human being has some elements of ego, I guess, but in his case, it's the wrong kind of ego. It's the wrong kind of pride, you know. It's the sinful type of pride of ego, and how big or small it is, whatever. Like I said, we're all flawed. But if you excuse me, guys, perhaps it's the German beer, but nature calls. So give me a couple of minutes. Feel free to change the topic, ask questions. I am feeling somewhat energized, so I'm gonna go and do what I need to do, and then I'm probably gonna grab a piece of chocolate, maybe another beer. I don't know. I'll be 2 minutes or so. Talk amongst yourselves or ask me some stuff. And I'm back. I've got a tragic confession to make, which is I think my wife has infected me because I just ate 2 pickles. I mean, pickled gherkins. I mean, it's a shameful admission for any man to make, but it's true. I don't know how it happened exactly, by osmosis of some sort, but I now eat pickles, gherkins, pickled gherkins, the big ones. I know. But, you know, she started to have my view on a bunch of stuff, and I guess I eat pickles now. Maybe in another 4 years we'll start to look similar as well. Scary. My youngest daughter's like a little mini me. It's scary. I really hope she takes after her mother later in life, look-wise anyway. I mean, when she's upset, she does just stuff that, like, my wife's like, oh my God, there's going to be 2 of you and she's a girl. Oh, because even the little expressions when she's like, she's learned to do a grumpy face now, and she does it sometimes just for laughs, but she sort of goes and like looks at you like, and it's like, fuck, it's so hilarious. Like seeing myself as a baby, it's like really freaky. Except, you know, she's got blonde, well, I had blonde hair, but she's got blue eyes as well, which I didn't have, so. Ouch. That's hard chocolate. Willie Ram says, so how's the weather been for you guys? Actually quite mild. Today was pretty cold, but okay, I'll tell you the farm life. The wood that I stocked up on, you know, last year, perfect. All dry. The little woodshed I built is great. The wood burns perfect. There's no clogging of the stovepipe, which I had last year because the wet wood. Perfect. Unfortunately, the little woodshed there is not large enough to take me through the whole winter, because if I store all the wood there, and then there's another little sort of section in the just outside the kitchen, but that section has got a problem in that I really need to do a better job of redoing the roof over it, because it still leaks when it rains, so it dribbles on top of the wood and it would make it wet. But even if I fix that with the little wood shed storage and the one next to the kitchen, I'm probably only coming up to about 3 tons, and I need about 5 tons of wood a year to keep going, which is not a problem because I got dead trees all over the forest that I can chop up and whatever. But the other, I've got another sort of wood storage further down the hill, which I'd done with just a tarp and stuff, and I chopped a 10-meter long log not too long ago, and I managed to cart it all up. It took me hours, but I did it all by myself. I mean, like my wife and kids came to watch and stuff, but you know, they're little and whatever. It's not like they could help much. So I chopped it all up, I dragged it all up the hill, I put it into this little storage, but the canvas that I'd had, this tarpaulin that I had to like protect it from the weather, is just shitty, and has been sort of chewed up by like wind and sun and whatever over a year, maybe 2 years. And we did have a big rain, and it just fucking, all the wood that's under there is like wet, so it's like fuck. I've got some leftover rubber sheeting, which is not going to be enough to like cover the whole area, but tomorrow is supposed to be a sunny day, although cold, and I'm going to go there and try and put this rubber stuff on there and see if I can make it work, or maybe get another tarp that's a bit better. I don't know. It's just a shitty situation because it's also very quite wide thing, quite large, and it's hard to get access to it because I've got like a little shed. So there's like a little shed, say like this. You know, the roof of the shed, the wall of the shed's there, and the little roof of the shed's like that. And then immediately I've attached to the wall this tarp so that, you know, the water runoff would go on top of the tarp and that. But it's sort of ripped off from here, but the distance of this wall is quite long, so I can't easily get to the middle of it because it's just like a lattice work of wood that I've sort of, you know, like there's a couple of long bits and then there's other bits that are like going across, but it's not, it can't hold my weight or anything really, so, well. Shadowhand says, I haven't had a beer since I gave it up for Lent in 2022, almost 2 years. Good for you. I used to do that with all sorts of things, alcohol and whatever. I'd go like at least 6 months without touching the stuff. And once I went probably almost a year without touching any alcohol whatsoever. And then I broke that by having one beer. And I had to instantly run to the toilet in order not to have a shitty accident. And that like made me aware that like, ooh, stuff's probably not good for me if it goes through me like that. But you know, I'm learning a whole bunch of things in terms of the systema principle of just roll with it sort of thing. I found out some really interesting stuff about inflammation and how to take care of it. Some natural stuff that affects me in different ways. So, you know, as you get a bit older, you have to get a bit smarter, a bit wiser. And that's what I'm trying to do. And it's a very interesting process. It's actually quite, I'm going to be, and this year, there's quite a number of projects that I'm going to try and do. One of them is an actual physical business, which I hope is doable, I hope works, I hope brings in a bit more money. And the idea in 2024 is for me to try and not have to do work for anyone else other than sort of for myself, write the books, do the videos. There's other physical business, which I'll mention, some other things, helping some other people doing other stuff. And your support and in, you know, your ability to spread the word and you know, send links to my blog or whatever to friends of yours is helpful, because like I said, I'm crap at marketing. So if you guys want to help, want to give some moral support, and even just sharing the information I send out is useful. And of course, you know, buying everything I produce if you find it useful. Hopefully also, like, you know, recommend it to your friends, write me a good review or whatever. That all helps. Because if I can at all possibly do so, I would like to actually spend more time producing books and producing stuff that works. There's also, I'm going to mention this again in another stream because we are at the end of the stream. I don't know who watched them all the way to the end, but this was a Christmas present by a guy that is now, you know, working with Vox, producing the leather-bound books. And this is my own book, leather-bound. It's a one-of-a-kind. There hasn't been a bunch of them made. It's really, really well made. It's really great. And the guy who sent it to me said, "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't have like interior artwork for it. To you know, I didn't have the time to like do the interior artwork. I wanted to add some interior artwork for it, but maybe next time." And I was like, "Dude, this is awesome. It's a brilliant. It's really well made. I'm very, very impressed." So those of you that are on the Castelia library or that buy the you know, the leather-bound books that Vox produces, it's super excellent quality. It's I really love it. It's great. My only slight objection I have with Vox's leather-bound books is that they're not all uniform size and or color. I could maybe deal with the color not being the same, but they're not all the same, like, dimensions. I know there's different books and different things, but you know. So yeah, my OCD just gets the better of me when I see like the books that they've done and they're like just not all. Ugh. Willie Ram says, "As far as alcohol goes, beer ain't that great." Elia, hello sir. How many cats do you have at the moment? Did the kittens make it to the adulthood? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's another very interesting thing that happened today. So, originally we had one moribund near-death white cat, which my wife nicknamed Billy because he's got big bollocks, according to her. So Billy Big Bollocks, and his name became Billy, which is like, I don't particularly like it, but whatever. Anyway, I managed to keep that cat alive. Then he came back for food and stuff. At first, I was the only guy who would like go near. Then along came Kelly, my middle daughter, or second youngest, let's say, watches Paw Patrol. And there's a cat in there called Kelly, which me and my oldest daughter think is spelled Kelly. But apparently, Kelly in Paw Patrol is spelled Cally. We found this out only much later. Anyway, so she likes Paw Patrol. She sees this new, you know, mixed sort of cat that's like a bit grey and whatever. Calls it Kelly. So, okay, that's Kelly. Kelly and Billy. Billy bangs the hell out of Kelly. Billy's a big white cat. She is a mixed race, sort of chocolatino kind of girl. And, you know, I made the joke that like, hey, look at that. That's what happens, older white dude with the slightly brown chick, and it's gonna happen. So they had at first, well, I don't know how many they had because they were both kind of wild cats. So I couldn't figure out, we figured out she was pregnant, and then we figured out, okay, she's must have had the kittens because she comes here and she's not, but we don't know where the kittens were. We couldn't find them. Eventually we saw 2 kittens. Now one of these 2 kittens died. I still don't know exactly how. I just came back and she was dead in front of the door. The male survived and is now an adult cat. And so that was the first litter. The second litter was 3 kittens that all looked pretty much like the mother. One of them died. The 2 survived. And they're now adults. Both females. Then she had another litter of 7 kittens. 4 of which were almost like the father, completely white, with just a little bit of a dot, of a tiny black dot on the head. One was like the mother, sort of a grey mix of grey and black and sort of stripy sort of thing. One was, no, sorry, 5 of them were white with a little dot. One was a stripy one, and one was completely black. And I liked that black one. That was my favorite one. He was like brave and a male, didn't give a shit. He just like, he walked in the house even though all the other ones were scared. And he was cool. But then they all disappeared. 7 small kittens all disappeared, along with one of their sisters, one of the older ones. And we didn't see them for like a week, and I was pissed off. I thought somebody had come to kidnap the kittens and whatever. And then they all turned back up, and I was like, oh fuck, they're all alive. I kept feeding them, so okay, maybe they'll stay. And then they kind of disappeared and went off, and then they just sort of started disappearing and not coming back. So we'd put an advert out to like, look, please, somebody come take these cats. We can't look after like 12 cats or whatever, we have to sterilize them and whatever. And so one lady got one of the white cats. Another friend of ours got 2 of the white cats. Very recently, a couple of weeks ago, not even, this couple, a really weird sort of couple, that they're like, it's basically 2 women, but one of them is trans or whatever. And anyway, and she's the woman that found it was a nurse. She's a nurse and a veterinarian, and she saw the kitten get run over by a car, and it got hit in the head mostly, but it survived. So she took it and like looked after it and put a post on like Facebook, which my friend that has the other 2 kittens saw and said, hey, this looks like one of your cats. I'm like, yeah, it fucking is. Because they're very distinctive. So I called them up and I said, look, that's probably my cat. And they said, oh, okay, cool. What do you want to do with the cat? Because we had to do x-rays and to make sure that she was fine and keep it alive. And I was like, look, I'll pay you back whatever you spent. And they're like, oh, okay. Like, but what do you mean to do with the cat? Are you giving it away or are you going to keep it? I was like, look, they're kind of wild cats, so I don't keep them in the house. I feed them, and if they come back, they come back. If they don't, they don't. So I said, oh, well, do you think we could keep it? I was like, sure, you can. It will probably have a better life with you if you're going to be an indoor cat, and I'll happily pay you back whatever you spent on it, because thanks for finding the cat and keeping it alive and whatever. And they're like, no, we don't want any money. We will absolutely refuse to get any money from you, but you can come see it, and if you want, you can just give it a bottle for New Year's or whatever. So I got them 4 bottles because I didn't know what they drank. I got them hard spirits, a spritz type thing, and a red and a white of decent wine. And they were like, oh, you did too much. I was like, no, you guys did too much. So they're looking after the cat. The cat's perfectly happy. It's definitely one of ours. Anyway, yesterday I went to say hi to the friend that's got the 2 kittens, the 2 white kittens, because I thought, we just didn't get it. She'd sent some messages and stuff, and I was like, I didn't get a chance to like really see them, and so I just thought I'd pop in and say hi. And had a coffee, said hi, left. Saw one of the kittens, like, oh, there you are, but you're kind of skittish, they wouldn't let me close. Anyway, I get home that evening, take my daughter up to the church for this like little like sort of social thing that she does with some friends from school. And as we're stepping out, she's like, Dad, there's a white kitten. They're like, oh, shit. So we've given 1 to one lady, 2 to another lady. 1 is with these ladies that they found. 4 of the white kittens, we know where they are. So I'm thinking, hey, maybe the 5th one has come back. Great. And then we go out to take her to take the church. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, there's 2 of them. So I'm like, well, We only had 5 of these white kittens, so one of them has to be from one of the other people that we gave one to. Turns out they're both from the friend of ours that's got the 2 kittens, and she's like 4 or 5 Ks away from us. So it's like, I went there that same day, spent a bit of time there, saw the cat, went home, and that evening both the kittens are at our house. So it's like, what the fuck? They must have followed me or smelt me or recognized me. I don't know, because I drove with a car. It wasn't a walk. She's like, are you sure they didn't get into your car? I'm like, dude, the car was locked. There was no cat in the car for sure. And I said, oh, maybe they went under the car and they managed to sit in some spot under the car all the way home. It's like, no, it's not like viable. Plus, I ran over a brick when I came home, and it was like, they would have jumped out. The cats don't do. There's nowhere for them to stay under the car. So I don't know how the hell they did it, but they tracked us. Tracked us back down to their mom and their dad. Now the interesting thing is, when I came home, I'd gone to pick up my daughter from school, and I came home and I saw the dad, who's, we see him rarely, the white cat. He was like just sitting there catching the sun, and the wife, let's say the mom, was there. Now these 2 kittens came here, so they've been here. We've been feeding them for the last 2 days, and we told her, like, hey, are they your cats? And she's like, shit, I only saw the message now. Yeah, they're mine. Can I come get them? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So she came around this evening, and we're trying to like get the cat, and she managed to get the female, but the male wouldn't like come close. But at her place, she hugs them. They're indoor cats, she sleeps with them, whatever. And we're like, I don't know why they're not coming close to you, but like maybe they want to stay here. But I managed to get the female one. Maybe I take her back. And I'm like, yeah, but maybe if you only take one of them, they're obviously together. They're staying together, brother and sister. If you only take one of them, maybe the other one starts looking for her, gets lost. So they're back here. Long story short. And no one knows how the fuck they did it, how they tracked me. Did they smell the car all the way up? I don't know. It's really weird. So to answer your question, we have the male survivor, the 2 female survivors, the mom, the dad, and now these 2 kittens, which make 7. But at one point we had like 11 of them. I'm starting to, get them sterilized, because I didn't know this, but apparently within a year or 2, like, cats can go from like 1 pair to like 20,000. It's like, fuck. And also, when we first came here, there was a lot more lizards and birds and stuff. Now it's like the desert, so too many cats is not a good thing. And, we made a joke that, like, I said, but how could the cats follow just you? And also, I'm the only one they let get a little bit closer to. And she's like, how the hell do you do that? I was like, well, I'm the opposite of St. Francis of Assisi. He had the birds. I've got the cats, which eat the birds. Catholics. Like, she just laughed. Veritas says, always been a fan of bourbon myself. I don't actually know what bourbon is, but bourbon, whiskey, all that stuff, not for me. Willie Ram says, proper pickles or the canned things? Well, they're canned. Pickles are canned. That's the whole point, right? They're a big can of pickles, but in Italy, the food is good, so. Willie Ram said, do particles move, or is everything moving around them? Oh, yeah, this could go on. Depends what you mean by the ether, Wooly. Throw it back at you that way. Since particles are always at c, light speed, from any reference frame. But are they, though? Because if you look up the stuff of Rupert Sheldrake and some experiments done by others, light speed is not always light speed. So, which brings up another topic, another role-playing game I haven't published called Star Spark, in which space and hyperspace and the tachyonic elements of Z space are different in different parts of the universe, and they can change, which I think is what really happens, because there are areas of space which perhaps light travels at a certain velocity, and other areas where it travels at a different velocity. And I believe that is also ultimately proof of the ether, as is a recent article which I was going to blog about and I forgot, and I'm going to, about the fact that gravity seems to be instantaneous, which makes perfect sense if my idea of how the universe works is correct. Luis Vega, quick story about my interest in giants after researching mythological creatures after my encounter with a strange creature while serving in the army back in 2007 in Iraq. Okay, Lewis, you got my attention. Go on. How old were you? Which unit did you serve with, if you can tell us? I'm very interested, Lewis. I have read or seen stuff about, I can't remember if it was Iraq or Afghanistan, where apparently this giant like came out of a cave and like killed one of the guys that was on the special ops mission. And they were all sworn to secrecy, and they disappeared the dead body of the giant because the giant killed one of the guys with a spear. But then they all shot the shit out of him and they eventually killed the giant. Supposedly this happened. And, you know, it's one of those stories that is so Chimera. Okay, go on. It's one of those stories that is so kind of absurd that it starts to fall into that realm of truth is stranger than fiction. Let me put it this way. If an actual red-bearded giant did come out of a cave and throw a spear that killed a guy from special ops in Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever the hell it was, I think it was Afghanistan actually. I would not be particularly surprised. I genuinely would not be. And if it turned out to be complete bullshit, again, I would not be particularly surprised, although I would be more interested in finding out what was the purpose of such bullshit, what was the intent behind it. I don't see that it would be very useful. While the flat earth nonsense, you know, it's useful because it's making people complete retards, and it's making anyone that, you know, says anything about anything relevant, they can then say, oh, he's one of those like flat earth guys, or, you know, he probably believes in flat earth as well, and they're trying to like link it all together. Sam Webb says, bourbon is hard liquor made from corn spirits and aged in oak barrels. If you like tequila, you'll almost certainly like bourbon. I do like tequila. Okay, maybe I'll have to taste bourbon. 1st Armored Division. Okay, so you were in a tank, I'm guessing. Outside the city of Ramadi, maybe 30 miles outside. Okay, but can you describe what this Chimera was like, what it looked like? I mean, I know what the word means, but, you know, from the Latin, Chimera really means something that could be interpreted in many different ways. So I'd really appreciate a description of what you saw. Willie Ram says, there was a sci-fi novel I've read in high school. All I remember was that each solar system had its own laws of nature. In some, chemical rockets couldn't work and you had to use solar sails. Cool. Outside the city of Ramadi, maybe 30 miles outside the city in a small town. Okay. I'm really interested in Luis Vega's description, and feel free to send me a much longer email or whatever you have on it. It's a rabbit hole that interests me. It's one of the rabbit holes that interests me. I have seen one weird, strange thing in Africa that I still don't know if I really saw what I think I saw, but you know, as I said, I'm a very skeptical person, so. Looked like a lion with a viper as tail. Okay. I don't know if in Afghanistan there is any such thing. A viper as tail. But could that not have been? Was it at night? Was it during the day? I also saw something in Italy that freaked me the fuck out. I still don't know what it was. People are saying it was an opossum. But if it was an opossum in Italy, this thing was the size of a pig. It was, I stopped the car. It wasn't a highway late at night, a small highway, you know, but it was actually on the entrance to the main highway. I stopped the car because I was driving Fiat Uno, and if I'd hit that animal, it would have completely wrecked the fucking car. And it, you know, was pretty slow. It was like a giant rat. That's the best description. Is if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, was a giant rat just crossed the road in front of me, like with its fucking rat feet and its giant rat naked tail, and just looking like a rat with its rat face and its rat mustache. And I was like, what the fuck is that? To this day, you know, I wasn't drinking, I wasn't drunk, I never took drugs, and was perfectly sober, right in the beams of my car, 2 meters of, you know, not even 5 meters away from the front of the car, probably 2.5, 3 meters. And I watched it cross the road slowly, wasn't rushing. I had to stop the car because if I'd hit that, it would have wrecked the fucking car. I still don't know what the fuck it was. It was about 20 feet away from it. Okay, so that's about 6 meters. Yeah. Nighttime. Were you inside a vehicle, or were you, like, you know, outside? Did it look at you? Did it see you? It was about 5 foot tall on all fours. That's pretty fucking tall. That's definitely bigger than a lion. A lion is not 5 foot tall on all fours. A lion is about maybe 3 feet if it's a big one from the head, let's say. 5 foot tall on the head or on the back? 5 foot is 1.50 m. That's like, I'll show you on the wall here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about there. So 5 foot tall would be, I'm sitting in a chair now, would be about here. And if I stand up, you know, I'm 6'2", so it's about neck height for me. And were you armed, and did you have a big fuck of gun on you? And if you did, why didn't you shoot it? just asking, you know. A rodent of unusual size. Were you near a swamp? Yeah, it is sort of a swampy area, yes. On foot, walking, doing a roving patrol. Dude, if I saw a lion-sized thing with a snake for a tail 20 feet from me, and I was armed and I was walking, I'm pretty fucking sure I would put a bunch of 7.62s straight through its cranium. Just in case. I'm kind of wondering why you didn't. Oh, and regulation be fucking damned. I wouldn't care who's with me. Armed with an M4. Hey, yeah, M4 is good enough, dude. I would have popped the shit out of it. Maybe I'm just more bloodthirsty than you are. Or evil, I don't know. I mean, that giant rat, that kind of, I wouldn't say freaked me out, but I didn't want to get out of the car. Let's say, you know, I didn't have a gun or anything. I was just traveling from my then girl I'd been seeing. And yeah, I almost shit myself. Well, I fucking would have. That's why I would have shot the shit out of it. I'd be like, what the fuck is that? You know, it's like, did you see that film where the little British team of army guys get like fucked up by werewolves? You know, I wouldn't be one of those guys that's like, what is that? You know, that looks like a werewolf, like eating a human. I'd be like, let's go check out what the fuck that was, if it's dead. No? Oh, Sam Webb, sorry, Kurgan, that was a Princess Bride movie reference. Yeah, I remember it now. Very good. Very good, excellent. But yeah, it was near a swampy area. So, you know, Princess Bride is more real than you think. So you wouldn't have shot it because only if I wanted to tickle it. What? I'm not following, dude. I'm gonna look up unless I'm, you know, completely wrong on what I think an M4 is, which I don't think I am. I'm pretty familiar with most weapons. Let's see. M4. What's the caliber? Okay, it's probably a 5.56, right? The M4 carbine. Yeah, 5.56. Okay, it's a shitty 5.56. It's an M14 essentially. Mini 14 kind of caliber, which I get it. It's not ideal, but magazine fed, gas operated, shortened version of the M16. It's extensively used by the Air Forces. It's fully automatic though, right? I mean, you can do a 3-shot, or I don't think a 5.56 to the head at too large for 5.56. Look, from what you've told me, it's like it's the size of a hartebeest or a wildebeest, which I've shot plenty of. I agree with you. I wouldn't want to go hunting a wildebeest with a 5.56, but in the head at 6 meters, you know, I probably wouldn't want to shoot you with a 2.2, but with a 5.56 at 6 meters, you train, you're not really going to miss his fucking head, are you? I don't know. And were you? I'm guessing you weren't alone, right? There's probably other people with you. Did they see the same thing? Did they also just shit themselves and not shoot? Would they not have fired? Would they just shat their pants and shot you because they panic? I'm just trying to understand the situation, man. I'm not criticizing you or anything. You know, I mean, when I saw that big giant fucking rodent of unusual size, I wouldn't have got out of the car because I'm like, I don't know how fast that fucking thing can move. And it's a giant rat, like Dungeons and Dragons. Giant rat. I don't have my bastard sword. I don't have a shield. I don't have a gun. And if I ram this thing with a car, it will destroy the car. So I'm just going to wait for it to cross the fucking road. I didn't even... I didn't have a phone like a... You know, what was the date for that? It was 2000 and... Probably the year 2000. If I did have a mobile phone, it wasn't one of the ones that would take a picture at night that would like show anything. Oh, the mass and thickness was incredible. Okay, so what was the skin like? Did it look like a lion? And you were alone? Wait, why would you go and... I don't understand. It's not standard procedure to do a roving patrol on your own, is it? Aren't you usually like in a buddy system at least, if not a squad? Mass and thickness was it? Could it not have been, I don't know, a donkey with like something tied to its tail? What did the skin look like? Was it fur? Was it scales? Was it something like an elephant or a rhino? Let me type the scenario. Pardon the punctuation. Don't worry about punctuation, dude. It's always optional, even in my books. So, you know, I write run-on sentences that go on for a couple of paragraphs, and people freak out about it. And I'm like, you fucking morons. You should read like people in the 1800s. They used to do that. We'll wait. I'm very interested. I'm happy to wait for the story. While I eat a bit of chocolate. Forgive me, the crunching. And you know, I know there's probably some of you that have left now thinking that Luis Vega might be a complete troll. I don't know the guy. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but it's entertaining either way. Okay. Let me think. Let's say I was on patrol by myself with a 5.56 and I came across a rhino-sized lion with a snake for a tail. I would certainly point the fucking gun at it, at minimum. So I'm assuming that you did that. But yeah, maybe I wouldn't pull the trigger unless, you know, it looked in my direction and started to like growl or something. Rhino-sized thing with a 5.56. Okay, fair enough. Let's say it was a rhino-sized thing with that kind of skin and kind of skull looking. Yeah. But if it was a 7.62, which is why I always advocate never use a 5.56 unless you absolutely have to. 308 is my minimum go-to round. I think Louis is probably walking his dog right now while he's trying to type this, which is why it's a bit slow. But yeah, I'm really curious to hear this. And do feel free to follow up with an email, just so, you know, also I can maybe verify like who you are, that sort of thing. I'm also curious as to whether you told people when you got back to your camp or unit or whatever, and how did they react to it? And did you go back there the next day to check for tracks? You know, these are all things I'd like to know. A tank crossing a canal through the track. While crossing it, we had to pull it out. Okay. YouTube deleted my question because it contained the word shoot and Bigfoot. What? Where, on which YouTube channel did you leave that? Shoot Bigfoot. What? Why would that get deleted? I don't get that. I'm trying to think. If it was a rhino-sized lion with a snake tail, what would I feel comfortable popping it with? I'm thinking a 460 Weatherby. Probably about the only thing. Or a 50 caliber Barrett. But, you know, you're probably not going to be on patrol with one of them. Okay. Lewis says, so a tank crossing a canal through the track while crossing it, and we had to pull it out. So we made a semicircle on the bank of the canal. Okay. And I'm guessing you're one of the guys on the perimeter. So you must have been spaced out a little from the other guys doing the semicircle. How far apart were you? I don't know. I'm guessing you're probably occupied with other stuff because your typing is quite slow. But Sam Werber says, I feel the same way about Bigfoot reports. Why doesn't anyone perforate it with projectiles? Then we can figure it out. See, Bigfoot is a bit more difficult. I would hesitate to shoot a Bigfoot quite a bit more because it looks very humanoid. What if it's a guy wearing a suit? You know, how many people are around with you? What kind of gun do you have on you? You know, usually if you're going on a hike, maybe at most you got a handgun. And it's kind of human-ish. So, you know, I'd hesitate a bit more pulling a trigger on that for a bunch of reasons, including just purely, you know, instinctive ones. Let me put it this way. Let's say I was just out hunting with whatever, my 300 Win Mag. Saw a Bigfoot like 50 meters away. I can check it out through the scope. I'm perfectly sure that it's not a human in a suit, some kind of Yeti. Would I kill it? I don't think so. I think I'd just watch it and let it go its way. I wouldn't feel the need to blast it, nor would I feel the need to convince anybody that I saw it. You know, I'd tell my family, I'd tell my wife and my kids, but maybe go and take pictures of the tracks, maybe take pictures of it if I can, but I wouldn't want to kill it. But a lion fucking sized thing, you know, a rhino sized lion with a snake for a tail, yeah, I figure that shit can't be good. Now, if I saw that with my 300 Win Mag 50 meters away, I would almost definitely pull the fucking trigger on it. I admit that 6 meters away with a 5.56, if it's rhino-sized, my worry would be that the 5.56 isn't going to kill it anywhere quick enough to prevent it from running me the fuck down. 6 meters away is nothing. It's like blink of an eye for a lion. A lion moves fucking quick. So I'd get one shot off or one little burst. And then if it wanted to fuck me up, it would be all over me. And if it's rhino-sized and it's kind of a lion, just one paw would... And I'd be like what they call biltong. Everyone had to be awake because of the danger of insurgents in the area, so my duty was to go from vehicle to vehicle to make sure everyone is awake. Okay. Sam Werber says, more to the point, I've always reported it in the deep woods, but never by hunters, only by people with crappy cameras. Yeah. And who knows, maybe some hunter did see it and did what I would have done, just let it go on its way. I wouldn't try and convince anyone that I saw a Bigfoot. If I saw a Bigfoot, I would just be like, I saw a fucking Bigfoot, they're real. I would definitely track it. I would try and track it and figure out, you know, at least its footprints or maybe where it lived, but I'd try and leave it the fuck alone, and I would try not to like disturb it to the point where it attacks me so I didn't have to shoot it. That's how I feel about Bigfoot. But the chupacabra and a whole bunch of other shit, my dad had a weird experience where there was an animal, it's in his book, Life and Death in Africa, which I think the last version of that gave away, or that's downstairs somewhere. Anyway, there's a story in his book, Life and Death in Africa, which you can find on Amazon, where he describes they were finding drowned impalas, and it's like they couldn't figure out what the fuck was doing it, and he stayed up nights waiting for it, and it was like he saw some misshapen thing with no hair that was like dragging the impalas into the little dam and drowning them. And you know, people were freaking out. They're saying, because people had seen it, and they were saying, oh, it's a tokolosh, you know, it's like a some kind of demonic fucking creature, it's a chupacabra, it's some kind of weird fucking thing. And in the end, my dad blasted it, and it was, I can't remember now if it was a baboon or a dog with mange, which, you know, he had no hair. He looked like a Siamese cat sort of thing. But it had obviously become kind of crazy or something, and it was just doing this really weird behavior that nobody had ever seen. But yeah, bullet took it out. See, that's why ghosts and all these fucking aliens, whatever you call it, bullet takes it out. Don't matter. And Lewis, I'm just going to ask, because I've asked you a bunch of questions, which I don't know if you'll be able to answer here, and I'm guessing you weren't on amphetamines or whatever to keep awake, or, you know, had a bit of a drink with your friends, or maybe fell asleep and dreamed it, anything like that. I'd actually be willing to do well, in fact, actually, I can do this now. If Lewis is willing, I can have him on the stream right now. Okay, Lewis, I'm going to send you I'll put it in the chat here. It's a one-time use code. If you can, and if you want to, you click on that. You become a, and you'll be on the stream. I'll interview you on the stream. We'll talk about it so you can see live, and it's quicker, and you don't need to type everything out. The medic track staged on the opposite side of the back. It was while going to the medic track where I saw it coming out of the canal, moving behind the medics. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the setup, but Wooly Ram is saying good night. Good night, Wooly. Lewis, if you can, use that link. If you've got a camera or phone or a PC or whatever you're on, you should be able to do this. Which I think would be fun. Oh, we're nearly 3 hours in. Okay. Kind of cool. All the cool shit only comes at the end of my streams. Yes, no, Lewis, trying to set it up. Drink some water. And while I wait for Lewis to let us know if he's going to join us or not, this little tin of chocolates. I went to the supermarket and I had my second youngest girl with, and so she's sitting in the trolley, and like we did the shopping, and she's funny. She's quite cool to like talk with and stuff. And we get to the cashier, and you know, these boxes of like chocolates are in the sort of display at the cashiers. They're like an impulse buy type thing. And she's like sitting in the thing, and she turns around, she looks at it, and she leans over and she goes, "Daddy, I smell biscuits." I was like, fuck it, I gotta buy it now. Even though it wasn't biscuits, it was chocolates. It's like just the way she does things is hilarious. Okay, there he is. He's coming into the chat. Let's see. All right, there he is. Let me add him. Hold on. Let me see if I can add him. No, that's not it. Okay, hold on, Luis. I'm getting there. Add right. Okay. There you are.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Why can't I hear you? Oh, I know what. Hold on. I need to change this. Excuse me, I've got the microphone in. I gotta take that out. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, can you hear me?
Hear me?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I hear you. Everybody can hear the man?
I muted your podcast so it won't interfere.
Good man. You're smarter than I am. Where are we? You mentioned brandy earlier. Is that popular in Italy? Yeah, kind of. Okay, Luis, I love the topic, but I have to catch up later. Thanks for the stream. Okay. Okay, good. We can hear Luis and you. Perfect. The fake witch doctor. All right. So yeah, tell us about this thing. I'm really interested. So let me see if I understand it first. I'm gonna draw a little sketch. You can correct me if I got it wrong.
I can pretty much tell like the whole situation.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to go out on a raid with Black Hawks, tanks, Apaches, blah blah blah, whatever, all the equipment, right? Bradley's M1 tank.
Okay.
And we leave. It wasn't dark yet. It was close to evening, but the way we travel, it's only like 30 miles away, but it takes us fucking hours, right?
Wow.
Just getting ready and all this stuff. You gotta set all your vehicles, make sure everything's running, everybody's fueled up, you got your ammo.
Right.
And then it's not just up to us, it's up to all the other units that are going in at the same time.
So when you say it takes you hours, is like to get from zero start to where you're there.
Exactly. Yeah. To actually go, and then while we're traveling, you still have to deal with shit on the road, IEDs, fucking donkeys with missiles stuck in their asses and shit like that.
Yeah. It's Africa, so I get it.
it takes forever to get there. So we're leaving like around, I'm going to say around 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Sun's still out. We're rolling.
Getting towards sundown. What period of the year was this, more or less?
It was around. Shit. Well, it was hot there, so I can't say it was like wintertime.
Yeah. No. I was just wondering if you remembered the month or something.
I can't remember the month, dude. I mean, like right after the incident, as we're going back on base, we had an ID because they moved me into the medic track.
Right.
I know everybody said, you can't have weapons in a medic track. They didn't give a shit.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck. I know how things actually work in life, yeah.
They put me in the back of the medic track because supposedly the first sergeant said, we need security on the medic track because
they get attacked.
All they have is they have their M4s, but they're not. You got one guy driving and the other one's the TC, right? Yeah. The guy that's talking to the driver telling him where to go. So I'm in the back with the troop strap open. It's a 113. It's a personnel carrier, right? And as we're going back, fucking ID goes up right in front of us where, like, my teeth were all bloody from the explosion. I had concrete and asphalt falling on my head. And believe me, the shit was scary with that fucking creature. But after you get blown the fuck up,
you forget about the creature.
All that other shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
You're pretty much stuck in the moment.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
If something didn't happen to you,
who cares? Yeah.
Now you get blown up the fucking following day.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you remember that shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to tell you a scenario. So we roll out. Tankers aren't like the brightest people. They're not. They're just there to blow up shit, right? They point and kaboom, shit disappears, right? They're not very bright, especially when it comes to like maneuvering heavy equipment.
I got a tank. I can go over it.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They're on a tank. They're going to roll over anything. Yeah, fuck it. What, is it going to stop me? Fuck that. Let's roll over it.
Oh
But
shit! It did stop me. Yeah.
They're not the brightest individuals out there. I love them to death. You know, they're brothers in arms and everything.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people in the army that, I mean, you wouldn't give them a bicycle.
Nope. Yes, I worked with soldiers of different countries and police of different countries.
I was just a mechanic, but I'm not.
Well, you see, if you're a mechanic, you actually had to like know some shit if you're any good at your job. So
The military calls you mechanic if you change parts.
yeah. Hey, but you gotta know which part goes where, man.
We gotta know a lot of technical shit and read manuals and.
Yeah, you gotta be able to read and use bolts and stuff. You know,
these turbines ain't your regular, engine where you go in there with a wrench and let's throw this shit out.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of fucking technical shit, and you have to like learn.
Yeah.
Shit about the readings of the flow of electricity, so the accelerator works right and shit like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of shit that I'm not even qualified to do, but in the army you could do it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're out there. It's dark now, and
you said this tank had like thrown a track trying to cross this channel.
So I'm going to explain to you how this goes, right? They have canals there for irrigation.
Yeah.
That goes for fucking miles and miles and miles, right? And on these canals, they have these crossings where they put those gigantic pipe-looking things that are like steel.
Yeah.
And they just cover it with sand, and it's like a road, like a crossing.
It's like a culvert, basically. That's what.
So you got water going underneath, big ass pipe, and wherever the water is on the banks of it, it's like a marsh.
Yeah.
You got tall fucking grass. I mean, you're walking next to it, and you're looking up like, God damn, that's some tall ass grass. These motherfuckers need to start mowing.
Yeah.
Right? But they don't care out there.
No.
The grass helps. I guess
retain
it helps
the earth. Yeah.
The water won't evaporate as fast.
Yeah, and also it retains the bank to some extent.
Exactly. Okay. So it's nighttime, and we're supposed to cross and stage on the other side.
Okay.
Of this bank, because now you got all your other units that are outside the town, but they still can't see it. We're maybe about 2 miles out from the town.
Okay.
Right? So you don't want to tell them like, hey, we're here, we're going to sleep, and then we're going to come fuck you up. Right? Yeah. So they stage outside the town, so, away that they can't see you, right? So these wonderful human beings, the tankers, are supposed to cross this canal.
Yeah.
There's different crossings, but this one's I'm going to say about close to 50, 75 yards apart, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, the tank goes on the right. The medic track crosses and stays on the other side of the bank, right? They're told to just wait until, the convoy crosses, and then we'll continue, and they can fall back in the convoy.
Yeah.
Because we still have to go quite a bit to get to where the staging area is.
Right.
We're like left behind because these fucking idiots wanted to cross and they went off on the side. I mean, the M1 is a pretty fucking wide tank, right? So they're trying to cross this fucking canal, and the idiot doesn't follow the ground guide. He figures like, I'm just gonna fucking drive. So he goes and he goes inside with us. I don't know if you know how the tracks work.
They're on these roller things.
Yeah. Okay. You got your rollers, right? Yeah. So if the track pops out on the outside, you throw track.
Yeah.
The track comes off.
Yeah.
This track, since it canted in towards the canal, threw it towards the inside.
It's much more fun.
There's a shit ton of pressure. You don't even want to be close to that motherfucker when you cut it off.
Because
it pretty much explodes.
Yeah.
Right? So you got metal and shit, whatever it is, it just flies out. Right? So we pull it with the 88s. That was the vehicle I was on. It's like a tow truck for tanks.
Yeah.
We save idiots. That's pretty much what we do.
Okay.
We pull the tank back, the M1. We pull it maybe about 20, 30 yards away from the bank.
Yeah.
And we're like, you fucking idiots. What the fuck did you do? Now you can't even release the track tensioner because there's so much tension on that motherfucker that you can tell it's almost like a piano string, right?
Yeah.
That shit's like ready to pop. So now we got to get with the acetylene torches and cut this bitch, right?
And who's the fucking poor bastard that's doing that job?
The mechanics have to do it.
Oh, so that was you, was it?
No, fuck no.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that fucking thing.
I'm an NCO. I've done that shit before. I don't.
I didn't know you were an That's when you're like, oh, you go on, soldier. You go on. You follow orders.
Yeah. Like, hey. Well, I wasn't the NCO in charge. I wasn't like the top mechanic out there.
As long as you weren't on the bottom rung of the shit ladder. So.
Yeah, I was like, fuck no. I ain't trying to get fucked up. I've been in the army almost fucking so long. I ain't trying to fucking die over a fucking track.
Yeah.
One of these dumb fucks. It's pretty much military shit. Like the lowest ranking asshole has to do the dangerous shit, right?
I know.
He has the least amount of time. He has the least amount of value. That's how the military works.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not gonna want a guy that's been in the service and has a lot of knowledge about shit that needs to get done for a guy that just came in 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's just a harsher version of martial arts. The same shit. Yep.
Yeah, so you get that part. Okay, so the poor guy cuts this shit off. He's scared shitless because he's never done it. He's cut metal, but he's never done shit like that. Luckily, nothing happens to him, right? The
he
shit
survives.
Just pops,
okay.
Yeah, the shit just pops, and we're like, woo, that was a good one.
Yeah.
So we tell the tankers, all right, our part is done. Now you guys put it back together.
Yeah.
So they're doing that. We stage around the canal like on a half moon.
Yeah.
It's like a half moon, right?
And the medics this whole time, they're still on the other side, or did they come back?
Those fucking idiots stayed on the other side. They were supposed to pull back, but they stayed on the other side, right?
So unarmed and on the side of the enemy, basically.
They got their 9 mils, and we sent, it was another private with an M4 to stay with the medics. So, at least they have some sort of protection. Not only that, like, maybe half a mile in front, it's with the rest of the squad.
Oh, okay.
So the rating thing.
So they had a bunch of guys in front of them. All right.
Yeah, but they're like maybe half a mile in front. We're still we're back there because fucking idiots, right?
Yeah.
We're the ones with the broke dig, so now we got to stay behind. So they do this shit. We do like a half moon shape on the canal. The tank with the fucked up track is in the middle of it.
Yeah, yeah.
While they're fixing it, and then the first sergeant, I'm like, all right, I'm out. Shit's done. I'm gonna go back on my track. And he's like, oh, Sergeant Vega. I was like, what's up, First Sergeant? He's like, I need you to be the sergeant of the guard. I was like, what the fuck is that? Why aren't we staying in our vehicles? Guys up with 50 cals and shit around. And he's like, no, I just need you to walk around. Because the vehicles aren't that far away, maybe 20, 30 yards apart, like in a half moon type shit.
Okay.
Facing out. So everybody's like weapons ready, shit like that. They got their night vision sensors and cameras.
Yeah, because there's no lights, right? Because you don't want to.
No lights whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, the only lights were used by the tankers while they were fixing the track.
Yeah.
And it was red light. So you smash your hand in that shit, you don't even gonna know the motherfucker's bleeding, right?
Yeah. Totally.
So they're working on the track, fixing that. And I'm like, this is some bullshit, right? And I was like, oh, what's the rotation like?
Yeah.
Right? Because usually it's like, oh, you do it for 2 hours. The next guy does it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And he's like, just rotate for about 4 hours. And I'm thinking like, oh, God damn, I'm not going to get to sleep anything.
Yeah.
Because, it's already dark. And while all this work is going on, it's not like a quick thing. Like you pull a Volkswagen back and you change the tires and let's go. Well, it's a lot of fucking work. Especially at dark with no fucking lights on.
And then when it works, you gotta go on this fucking assault. So
you can't even fucking find your tools because the sand was so powdery, it was almost like baby powder.
Yeah.
So you put something heavy in there, and it shit just sinks in, and you're like digging through the sand trying to find stuff. So But anyway, that's neither here or there. They're fixing their shit. they're done. I went down to the medic track. And I told the other NCO who was a medic. I told him, hey, stay up with another guy. One guy sleeps.
Yeah.
So you have somebody fresh. If you need a driver, he can drive the 113, right?
Yeah.
It's a personnel carrier with the same thing they use for mortar tracks. They put like a mortar tube in the back, and
Okay.
the roof opens up so they can shoot the mortars out.
Yeah.
It's a troop hatch, pretty
Okay.
much. People can stand back there. So they have that shit open. The medics are in there, and I start doing my roving, right? I have to go out of my way just to get to the medics.
Yeah, because
they're
not in the half circle.
You have your half moon, and they're off one side of the half moon.
Yeah.
Maybe about on the other side of the canal.
Yeah.
The canal's maybe about 15, 20. No, that one was longer because there was a dip, maybe about, I'm going to say about 10 feet down.
Okay.
Right? So you go maybe about 10 feet down, and the medic track is about, I'm going to say 20, 30 yards away.
Yeah.
On the other side of the...
And how far are they from the end of the half moon?
Oh, they're way off. They're not even in the half moon.
That's what I mean. They're like
they're
how
on the
far
other side of the... Yeah, they're on the other side of the canal, like right at the edge.
But also shifted along from the half moon, is it? Or just on the other side?
They're off from the half moon. But just imagine like a half moon, right?
Yeah.
You got your half moon.
Yeah.
Right here. The water runs through here. And they're like over here.
Okay. And how far is that from like the beginning of the half moon? Let's say if you like in a straight line.
They're in a straight line. They're maybe about 30 yards away.
On the other side.
On the other side of the canal, right?
Yeah.
There's a dip.
Yeah.
And then you have after the dip, it flattens out, and you have your crossing. Yeah. They're on the other side of the crossing, right?
So the canal width or the crossing width is what, like 15, 20 yards, something like that?
It's about 20 yards.
Okay, so there's 20 yards of canal, another 30 yards to get to them, and then when
they're like right on the other side of the
crossing
of the canal.
Okay.
They just laid the dirt on top of the canal pipe thing, so they're just on the other side of that.
And then on your side of it, like how far is it?
On my side, it's about 30, 40 yards with the incline going back up.
Yeah.
So like a little mesa type thing. That's where we were at.
To the beginning of the half circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right at the corner of the half circle.
All told, you're talking about like 30 yards and then another 20 or so, say like 50 yards in an L shape sort of thing? Yeah, okay.
Half moon shape. Like an L shape because they're on the other side.
That's right. Anyway. Yeah.
I go and tell him, this guy, he's either he stays awake, you stay awake, whoever you want stays awake, but you need two people up, just to put guard. Because I mean, a guy with a fucking knife, if you don't see him, it's pitch black. If you don't have your MDGs on, you can't see a fucking thing, dude. Yeah. Nothing. It was so dark that there was no moon. There was no moonlight. Nothing. Yeah. If the moon was even out, it was way the fuck out in the horizon.
Yeah. No, I know about African darkness, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's scary, and especially when it's dark and it's so quiet that your fucking ears hurt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you experienced that.
Yeah.
When
but I always had a bunch of guns with me, so.
Yeah, and the silence is like the scariest shit. Yeah, in the whole darkness.
Mostly we had to deal with like wild animals, occasionally the odd criminal, but like, in the criminal situation, we were hunting them rather than the other way around. So,
shit. Yeah. You want your trophy, right?
Yeah.
Who am I to blame anybody for wanting a lion skin in their home?
Yeah. But a lion at night in the middle of the Kalahari Desert, even with a rifle, I wouldn't be fucking happy.
I've seen the videos of people hunting for a fucking lion, and all you see is like this dash of fucking fur.
They're like
you can't even see the damn thing, and the guy barely dips off to the side after he shoots. Luckily, he hit the lion.
At night, you won't see the fucking thing. You're
not gonna see him. You're not gonna see him. That's exactly when you were typing in there, like how big was he, and like the size of the bullet. Believe me, if you saw this shit, and I've seen lions up close. I was in Baghdad
Yeah.
in my first tour, where he had his zoo, right?
Yeah.
Like he used to feed people to that fucking thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, the lion was about maybe 4 feet away.
Well, dude, I've been inside cages with grown lions
Yeah,
because we used to have them at
exactly.
home.
You
So.
see the size and
No, but a lion,
Saddam's lion.
a lion with a 5.56 at 6 meters, I'd pull the fucking trigger. I wouldn't. That wouldn't worry me.
No, 5.56. Yeah, yeah, no. I
But
don't know.
if it was like 5 foot tall, that's not
No,
a lion
yeah. Well,
size. That's a fucking
this is a totally different thing because I've seen the Saddam's lion and it was a pretty big fucking lion. It looked like Scar
yeah
from The Lion King.
yeah
He
yeah
looked like almost black, like chocolate dark
yeah
brown looking skin, and then
yeah
he had like little traces of black fur on his face, and
yeah.
he just looked evil. I'm sure
They're
the
a bit
poor
yeah
little Iraqi that got fed to him shit themselves just by looking at him because
yeah
that lion looked fierce.
yeah
But anyway, I've seen his ass, and he wasn't even as wide as this fucking thing was.
yeah. That what you're telling me is not lion size. What you're telling me is like, I don't know if you know what a wildebeest or a hartebeest is, but I've hunted those a lot. Like
Yeah,
five. And was it 5 foot on top of the head, or was it 5 foot on the back?
well, I can't really tell because when I saw it, I was maybe about 30 yards away.
Yeah.
It's nighttime, and I'm wearing
Yeah.
my night vision goggles. But I know this
okay.
fucker was tall as fuck because he was behind the medic track. And this is what this shit did, right?
Oh.
This fucking thing comes out of the canal. I'm going to skip like the whole rotations where I went out and told the tankers, stay out, blah, blah, blah. That's neither here or there.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm doing my fucking rotation, making sure people are up. So as I'm coming down, right? Because remember I told you have to go down into the canal area to cross that little bridge. And they're like right on the other side of that crossing, right? As I'm coming down, something catches my attention off on the right side. So I look at it, and I'm still up, quite a bit. I hadn't gone all the way down. I just barely fucking made it down just a bit. And I'm looking at it, and I was like, God damn, what is that? And it's huge. I think this bitch is gonna end right there. It's a dog. It's a Great Dane. That's what it's going through my head. Like your brain is of fucking animals going through your head. Like
your brain is trying to find something that makes sense.
It's a donkey. It's a horse. No, it's none of this shit. Because when this fucking thing comes out, he walks right behind the medic track and goes up to it, and he arches his back up and puts he wants to put like a paw up to look inside the track. Now you have 3 people in that track, right?
So it's close to the track then.
It's open on the back. Like the top is open on the track. This thing is like right behind. Let's say this is the.
And it was going to put a paw on top of the roof of this thing?
Yeah, this is the medic track. He comes over, turns into it, and is starting to rise up to the edge.
Ooh. So it is fucking big. That's a big thing.
I'm looking at this thing, and I was like, what the fuck? As soon as he tried to go up, like his paw was going to come up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was paw, if it had talons. I don't know because he was a bit away.
Behind. Yeah.
And I'm looking at it, and this shit is almost half as thick as this 113 is.
Yeah.
Half as thick as the personnel carrier.
Fuck. Yeah.
So just imagine how wide that shit is and how wide this animal, well, it's not an animal because animals don't look that way.
Yeah.
So he's up there, he's about to put the paw up. And he hears me, I guess he heard me say, oh, what the fuck is that?
Okay.
Because I'm in shock. I got my night vision goggles and I'm looking at this thing. Well, it's the old ones, the one that's only one coming out.
Yeah.
But it's on both eyes.
It's on both eyes.
You have to keep one eye closed. That's the rule. You have to keep an eye closed while you're wearing that.
Because if you fire, get flash,
if you fire or there's a flash,
you get blinded.
You get blinded.
Yeah.
So you pop it up and you close the eye that's blinded. So now you can still have some sort of night vision, right?
Yeah.
With whatever you're accustomed to.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at this shit. He turns around. He's like, fuck this thing. Look at this yummy motherfucker over here.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing there like, I'm I'm looking at my M4. I looked down and I had it on fire, so I put it on burst.
Yeah.
Burst is just a 3-round shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm thinking like, fuck. At that point, it was like my insides felt like jelly. You know, like when you're really scared?
Yeah, when you get really
And,
shit
like,
scared and your knees feel weak.
Your heart is shaking and your stomach is like going like 100 miles an hour, like you're almost about to shit yourself and fart at the same time.
Yeah, no, I don't get that. What happened? My heart rate goes down actually, but I get like weak in the knees, like like you're gonna faint. You're like, oh fuck.
Oh no, I didn't feel like fainting.
No, not like I'm gonna faint, but like your body feels weak. I suddenly just feel like, I don't know. That's how it worked.
Yeah, it was something like that. I felt like when you're on a roller coaster and you drop down.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I mean. It's sort of like, oh fuck.
I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this thing, and he starts walking towards me. Like he turns around, leaves the Metatrack, turns towards me. The tail comes up.
Yeah.
Now the tail, I mean, some people might say, well, it was dark and you had NVGs.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? You don't know if it was a snake. Oh no, man. It was a fucking snake. You couldn't tell me that was not a fucking viper.
But did it have like a flare, like a cobra type thing?
You know how the scorpions just spring up the tail and they come up?
Yes. Yeah.
Shit came up like that. It stopped moving side to side like the cats do. When he turned around, the tail fucking bumped up.
It had eyes on it, you could see?
It had the eyes. It wasn't like... You can't really tell because of the distance, but it had a mouth.
Yeah.
It had a mouth. I can't tell if it had fangs because, the distance and I didn't let that motherfucker come up to me like, hello, baby.
Okay, yeah.
like face to face.
You didn't try and pet it? I mean.
No. It didn't get to that point where I was like, oh, pretty kitty. Right? No. No, I've seen, and I've been doing some research and stuff about the chimeras, and supposedly it's like a lion's head and a goat's head. I guess one comes up when the other one goes down. Or one's hanging off the side, or it looks something fucking retarded. I don't know how to explain that.
But did you see the back of it from the side? Because
yeah. There was nothing else on there. It was just
it was just a lion head and the snake tail. It didn't have like a goat head in the middle. Right?
It didn't have a mane, like the lions do.
Okay.
And the face. Have you seen snow leopards?
Yes.
The ones that look like they're
The white ones.
Yeah, the ones that look like they've been inbred.
Well, there's only there's kind of only a few of them left. I think I don't know if they even exist anymore.
The ones that look like they're kind of inbred. Yeah. They got the Down syndrome look.
Sort of white spaced eyes type thing.
Yeah. The eyes were white. Yeah. Forward looking, those eyes were on the side like a goat or a deer.
Like a herbivore. It's a carnivore, basically.
Yeah. It's a carnivore. This motherfucker look hungry too.
Yeah.
Like you could see the eyes had like a glare to them.
Yeah. Which wolves, lions, they all do. If you shine a light on it, like that.
I can't say like, oh yeah, that motherfucker was like flames coming out of that motherfucker's eyes, but no, it had pretty much either their own light. Because while this motherfucker turned around and it's coming to me, I'm thinking, is he really there?
Yeah.
Or am I just seeing shit through the lens?
Right? Yeah, your brain is still trying to figure stuff out.
I use the eye that's closed.
Yeah.
And there is a mass coming. It's dark.
Yeah.
There is a mass moving towards me. So I was like, okay, he's there. So I lowered the shit back down, look at it, and I was like, it was just in a few seconds. I was like, okay, well, I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Because this fucking rifle ain't gonna stop this thing.
But did you not point it at it at least?
It was my weapon. As soon as I saw that thing, it was pointing at him. As soon as he walked out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of your training. You see something.
Yeah.
You point at it first, and then you ask questions later. Not shoot. Because,
if you had to estimate how wide was his head, like compared to your body, like was it like wider than your body?
It was wider than my body.
So the head was like what, like rhino sized? If you've ever seen a rhino,
two people together.
Yeah, so like sort of that.
Let's say
size,
you got two people
hugging or whatever.
holding each other side by side like that. Like you get about a width about yay big. I mean, I can't even do it.
So it's bigger than a bear's head. Put it that way, bigger than a lion's.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I'll say maybe a lion's head if you include the mane, like as a big mane.
Maybe about a little bit wider than that, because I remember Saddam's lion.
Right.
He had a big fucking head, and with the mane, it looked even bigger.
Yeah.
But this fucker had no mane,
and it was that.
But the head was big, and it looked like it was pressed,
like squashed, sort of like almost.
But it was it was feline looking, squashed head.
I'm trying to remember.
It had a short snout.
I'm trying to remember a film that I can't remember the name of, that is set in like medieval type times, and there's these two brothers, and I can't remember if it's like a Brothers Grimm type of version of a story, and there's this monster that they never really show you what the fuck it is. It's some like semi-prehistoric lion type thing with a. Mm-hmm. They only show you pieces of it in the film, but it's like kind of in a cage, and they use it as a tool to scare the villagers. I forget what the fuck it is, but. I don't know. Almost like a semi-extinct creature that in the film they use as.
I don't remember seeing it.
I can't remember the name of the movie though. It wasn't a big hit or anything.
It was. I'm thinking you're talking about the Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Yes, that's the man. That's the one.
Yeah.
So it had this like, monster type.
The werewolf
lion
of Jebudan. And they had, they were saying, some people were saying that it was actually a lion, not a werewolf.
Yeah, but it was this creature in this fucking weird
They never show you, but they kind of like hint, like, oh, it was a lion.
Yeah,
but, no, this motherfucker was not a lion.
You know, the only other thing I'm thinking is, you know, like how dinosaurs are like kind of, our idea of what the dinosaurs were a bit fucked up. And like, to a certain extent, things like Jurassic Park have kind of made it a bit more realistic to a certain sense.
It's funny that you mentioned stuff about dinosaurs, because you know they found dinosaurs with actual still DNA, like
viable DNA,
viable DNA. So if it's millions of years ago, it didn't happen. I'm thinking more like all that stuff was around before the flood.
Yeah. Well, there's this one dinosaur that has kind of a flat triangular head and looks a bit like a giant dog. In the drawings, they always draw it without fur. It's got kind of a tail at the back. It looks a bit like a giant salamander with longer legs and a bit more of a flattish triangular head. But that's a sketch based on pieces of skeletons they found. So who the fuck knows what it really looks like? And I'm thinking, maybe
I don't know. But the closest thing I'm comparing this thing to is like the Chimera from the Greek mythology.
Yeah, and it's big though.
It looked feline. You know
So how close did it get to you before whatever? I'm guessing. Well, you're still here, so I'm guessing it fucked off at some point.
Oh, it fucked off, but it on my second, I think it was like the following rotation that I did, because I can't. I know people say, oh, you need to report that shit to your command.
How are you going to report that?
Tell there's a fucking giant animal out here. I'm not fucking going out there. You're going to fucking the 8th floor, motherfucker, like tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're strapped in a fucking straitjacket, and you're not coming out for about a couple of years because you're cuckoo.
Yeah. So because you got PTSD now. Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it. Because, I mean, the night doesn't scare me. It's the shit that's in the darkness that scares me.
Yeah.
Because I know there's still shit out there. There has to be.
So how close did it get to you before it moved?
It was about, I'm going to say about 15 yards.
Okay. That's 15 meters. That's just on the edge. Like if it gets to like 5 meters, fuck it, I'd pull the trigger. But
see, that's the thing. And I told the stories to other people before, and they're like, "Oh man, that shit didn't happen." Well, the thing was, I'm not saying I haven't been Catholic in a long time. I've been religious.
Yeah.
Believe in Jesus. Even when I was a kid, like a little kid watching the Jesus movies, I wanted them to take him off and put me up there, take his place for him.
Well, you're a better guy than I am. I wanted to just shoot them all with a machine gun when I was 2 years old.
Yeah,
That was
Yeah,
my
well, I
take
thought
on
about that shit, but as far as like Romans come, they're pretty brutal.
it. Yeah, but if you
Well,
got a
anyway,
machine gun, you're fine.
I'm going to tell you this part of the story, and some people might not believe it. And you know what? I don't care. I don't
Yeah,
care
yeah,
what you believe in
yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
It's fine.
But as the thing is like that close to me, the only thing that came to mind was holy Jesus.
Yeah,
I guess this is it.
yeah.
Please help me. This thing starts growling
Oh, so it made
like
a
I just
noise.
cussed him out. Yeah, like I just cussed him out.
Yeah,
And he starts looking around like side to side, like something's there.
yeah.
He's not comfortable. And he turns around, goes back into the canal.
But and then you lost it, I'm guessing, in the grass, and that you couldn't see where.
Well, he went into the brush
Yeah,
thing,
yeah,
just went back in.
yeah.
I kept doing my rounds, and I'm like,
You
I
kept
told
doing
the
your
guy,
rounds after that. That's like,
you have to. It's like you have
dude,
to.
I'd
I'm
just
like,
go behind the nearest truck and say I did it. That's what I would have fucking done.
no, believe me, I wanted just to fucking go crawl inside the tank, lock that motherfucker up, and never come out. So I go back to where the first sergeant is in the Humvee with the 50 cal on top. It's like they call the Crow system. It's like a video game inside. You got your little TV screen, and it's got infrared, all kinds of cool camera shit. You know, you can check hot black, hot white, whatever.
You didn't have drones up though.
No. If the army had them while I was fucking walking around like an idiot, I have no idea if they had them at night at all.
But
if
you
they
guys
saw,
didn't. Yeah.
We didn't. They didn't tell us if they had any fucking drones at the time. Now, if they have footage of this shit, that's them having it. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I go back to the Humvee where the first sergeant's at, and there's another sergeant in the back with the little camera thing moving the 50 cal.
Yeah.
It's like a little camera with a 50 caliber machine gun up on top.
Yeah.
And he's scanning. He's doing his scanning. And I knock and I was like, "Oh, it's all clear." And the guy's in the back is like, "All right, cool. Anything you want to tell me?" I was like, "Hey, yeah, man, just look out for fucking dogs or some shit, because I seen something. I guess it was like dog-like weird. It was big, and it ran into the canal."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, I'm trying to like report something without reporting me fucking loonies."
Yeah.
Right? So he's like, "All right, cool. Like, if you see it," I told him, if you see something and it looked like a giant fucking dog, just fucking shoot him. He's got the 50 caliber. I got a fucking pea shooter. And he's like, "All right, well, what the fuck did you see?" I was like, "I don't know, man. It was just I saw a dog." And yeah, I'm gonna stick with that story, dude.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. Like, okay, whatever. I'll just keep my eye out on the canal area. And he's like roving his camera.
But no one else.
I go back around. I didn't want to fucking tell anybody that.
No, I get that. Yeah.
They'll fucking they'll pump you so full of drugs you end up sucking your thumb for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And so I go back around, and I don't know if it was just more that thing, pretty much confirming that he was fucking there, and maybe he's not gonna fuck me up, but he wants what's in that medic track.
Yeah.
Right. So I come down, and sure as shit, he comes up
again.
And I'm like, again?
Yeah.
And he turns around and like, fuck. You know how when you surprise like a cat when he's going to do something, and they're crawling and they just look like, oh shit, like their shoulders kind of like it drops a little and they fucking take off. It was like that. He's like, oh, fuck. He turned around and went back in the canal. That was the last time I saw him. Now I go into the medic track. These fucking idiots, they're all sleeping.
Oh. So he probably picked up on that too. Because he's not going, when he sees somebody awake, he fucks off. That's weird.
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
I mean, if it was a guy with a knife, he would have taken him out. If it was this thing, what the fuck are they gonna do?
Oh, they would have got.
He'll make him disappear.
Yeah. Huh.
You can.
And so when I'm guessing that you guys had to act before sunlight came up, so you didn't get a chance to see tracks or anything, or did you look for them? Or?
Oh no. See, the thing is the track thing. Like I told you with the sand.
Yeah. Oh,
All
they're
you're gonna
gone.
see, all you're gonna see is like
A
dips
dip.
in the sand
Right.
because
You're
it's
not gonna.
powder. It's like baby
Yeah.
powder. And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
looking
Yeah.
around, and there's these same dips are everywhere.
Fuck.
Mine look like everybody's that's been on that thing. This
Yeah.
thing, you can't tell because everything just looks like something
Yeah. It just
sunk in.
dipped in. Yeah.
It doesn't leave like actual. It's not like wet mud that you actually
Yeah.
see
No. I've been
if
in
it's got
desert. Yeah.
paws or claws or
I've,
hooves or
yeah.
whatever. I'm guessing it didn't have fucking hooves because something with hooves is not going to try to crawl
Yeah.
and climb on top of something and then come in. So I'm guessing either it had some sort of claw.
And have you like looked? I mean, I'm guessing you probably. This was in what 2007? I think you said. I can't remember.
2007. It was. I got out of the army in December of 2007. Then I went back in and signed up to go to Korea in
Okay.
2008. So
And
this
it's a
happened. This
4-year
was
term.
like I'm thinking like 6 to 7 months before December, around that time frame.
Okay. Yeah. So it would have been kind of winter over there, probably. Winter-ish. I mean, it's
Maybe
cold.
because they had. Iraq is fucking weird, dude. It's hot as
Yeah.
shit. Like it's like the asshole of the world. It gets
Yeah.
up to like 140. I never thought a fucking place in the world could get like 140 degrees. I was
Yeah,
like,
no,
what the fuck?
I've been,
It
yeah.
was so fucking hot. Even in the shade, you're like, there's no fucking way, dude. It can't be like 120, 130 in the shade.
Yeah.
And it's dry, and then all of a sudden, hail comes down,
Yeah.
and then rain, and then the next thing
Yeah.
you know, it's fucking hot again. It's
Deserts
hot
are
as
weird,
tits.
man.
It's hot
Deserts
as
are weird.
tits all through the night, and in the morning,
It's
there's
fucking
frost,
cold. Yeah.
and it's there's frost in the windows, and it's 80 degrees.
Yeah,
And
no,
there's frost on the windows. You're
I
like,
know.
what the fuck? It's 80.
I've been in deserts. It's fucked. It's weird. They're strange
It's weird. How do
places.
you
Yeah.
get frost at 80 degrees?
Yeah. No, I can sort of relate. Yeah. So, and I'm guessing
I mean,
you because of the
I
IED
know
and stuff, you
yeah. Then the IED thing, they
and
put me in the
probably
medic track.
you didn't try and research it right away. I'm guessing.
Oh hell no, dude! I was like,
Yeah.
it was more like every other day. If I wasn't getting a mortar round land close to me,
Yeah.
it was
That
some
was
other shit with fucking snipers outside the wall.
Yeah. So.
It was nuts. It was. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm lucky. I tell my mom, I was like, I'm really lucky. I'm still here
Yeah.
and not like 100% because I got issues with back problems, all kinds of shit. I know
Yeah.
probably some mental problems. People might think, hey, motherfucker, cuckoo puffs, right?
No, but they also injected you
But
with a bunch of shit, didn't they?
kind of, sort of, but it was more like for like diseases and shit, like anthrax and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but
But,
I know that quite a lot of guys
while you're in, you're pretty much a guinea pig. Nowadays, you tell me,
Yeah.
hey, you need to get a shot because of the C, right?
Yeah.
With the numbers at the end.
Yeah,
I was like, you can lick my balls because I ain't fucking doing that.
Yeah, I know. But
I don't
I mean,
care.
there was quite a lot of guys after the Iraq War that had what they called something. I can't remember the name. There's some syndrome that they reckon was due to some of the experimental shit that they fucking gave people to.
Well, I got different things. One of them was because I pretty much cooked my stomach.
Oh.
It almost died. So we're still in Kuwait, right? And we're doing like a gunnery. You know what the gunneries are? They take out the tanks and they go like qualify, shooting their tanks. They got to hit so many. They got to do so many targets. So that's called the gunnery for the tanks. So they're out there doing gunnery. It's hot as tits out there too. Fucking Kuwait's another piss hole.
Yeah.
I don't know how people say it, like, hey, Eden's the Garden of Eden's over there. I was like, fuck that. That's like the asshole of the earth. That's the entrance to hell. But anyway, hey, so they're doing a gunnery. There's a tank that there's an issue with their starter, right?
Okay.
The starter's not working. They can't move the tank. They just shut this fucking tank off, right? The starter's not working. It's like fused together. I guess from the heat. Because it's hot outside. It's
And
hot as tits already inside the fucking turbines in the tank. So it's hot as fuck. And I'm like, all right, I gotta change the starter. I bring another starter, throw it on top, disconnect batteries, do all kinds of shit. Because I used to be able to do like a fucking starter on an M1 in maybe less than 5 minutes. And it's not an easy job. I mean, yeah, it's like 3 fucking bolts. But the thing is, the shit is hot.
Yeah.
You can't just stick your hands in there. But I could do it like quick as shit, like 5 minutes, and the tank was rolling again. But anyway, I go in there and I was like, man, I couldn't even get close to that shit. I was like, it's so fucking hot in there that it burns. Like you're not even in there, like trying to grab the equipment, and it's fucking hot. So I'm like, all right, find me some cardboard and some other shit, right? Like, just lay it on top and some wood, plastic tarps, whatever you have. Let me have that shit so I can lay on top of it, yank this fucking starter out, throw the other one in. So I yanked the starter out, and this motherfucker took me about 10 minutes just to pull out. And the tankers are like, oh, what's going on, man? You're losing your touch. And I'm like, all right, motherfucker, if you think you could do better, you can come down here and fucking touch this molten shit. Yeah. So I get that fucker out, and I ask the guys, bring me water. Because at that point, it's like a fountain just coming out of your head. Like the water is just flowing through your head, falling in, and you can smell the sugar.
Yeah.
The sweat.
Yeah.
You smell sweet, like some sweet burning.
Yeah.
Fuck, smells like burning sugar. I was like, as it's falling in, it's like, sizzling, and you can smell the sugars in your sweat. I'm sure people say, yeah, it's salty. No, motherfucker, there's sugar in there too, believe me. You can smell it. But anyway, I put the shit in. I ask them for water. The only water they have is fucking hot because it's been sitting in bottles on top of the turret, right? In the bustle rack, they mount like bags and shit. Yeah. They got boxes of water back there. This idiot gives me one. The water looks like it's inside a condom, right? The plastic is like all soft and like pliable. And I was like, what the fuck is this? He's like, it's water, dude. At least it's water. So I try to drink as much as I can because I'm starting to see purple and all kinds of shit. Like, I'm ready to pass out. Watch out. Let me get the water. So I drink maybe about a quarter of that thing, and that shit is like, I just drank it straight out of the kettle. Right? It's fucking burning hot coming down, and as soon as it touches my stomach, it's like a geyser. Everything's kind of like a fucking Exorcist movies, like, and I'm spinning my head around, and it's just like water flowing out, and whatever the fuck I drank and ate earlier, all is coming out. Now, after that, I can't hold anything in my stomach. Yeah. These idiots tell me, oh, you caught a virus. I was like, it's not a virus. I pretty much cooked my fucking stomach because these idiots gave me hot water. Yeah. And I was already about to fucking pass out. And they're like, no, it's a virus. And I was like, oh my God, these fucking medic people. Like, and the military has no sort or any type of medical
imagination. Yeah.
Nothing medical. They think like ibuprofen and water. You're good. You fucking lost an arm. Here, take these ibuprofens, drink some water, and walk it off. You're good. That's pretty much the military medical system.
Yeah, lovely.
That's what they gave me in Korea when I dislocated my shoulder. And they were like, "Oh no, you just sprained something." And they had me with ibuprofen and fucking water for 6 months until this shit locked up. I couldn't move my arm. It was just stiff. You could do curls with my arm. You could pick me up, like do curls. This shit would not move. It was that stiff and stuck that it was pretty much fused, right?
Oh, man.
And you could pick me up from the arm. Yeah, I'd scream, but you could pick me up from the arm. It would not move. And I'll tell you what, I can't lift with one arm almost 200 pounds. So there's no way you're going to tell me I'm faking this shit while you're doing a curl, picking my arms and my body sideways with it. Yeah, I know. And the arm's not moving. So, that's the military medical system for you. They don't give a shit about soldiers. When you get out, you're a problem for the VA. Yeah. the Veteran Association, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck, they got hospitals and shit. Yeah, they can handle your problems, but then when you go to the VA, they give less of a shit about you. They'd rather you die than fix whatever problems you came out of the
Oh,
army
yeah,
with, because
yeah,
then they don't have to pay for you.
Yeah, it's money and effort and fucking time,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Pretty much. We're like used condoms.
Yeah.
They had their fun with us. Now discard them.
It's why I studiously avoid joining the army.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it was the worst and the best job I ever had.
Yeah, no, I get that, but you know, it's like what they say, an adventure is a really cool thing if you survive it. You know, it's like afterwards. You know,
That's pretty much what it is. And a lot of people that sign up thinking like G.I. Joe, like there were kids back in the day playing guns and cowboys and Indians that you're gonna go bang bang and nobody's gonna shoot you back. That's the biggest
I never had
ever.
that delusion. But getting back to the Chimera thing, so did you when did you start trying to like research and find out about it or anything? Was there any other sightings from other people?
That was after. Well, I was pretty much in Korea.
Yeah.
When I started looking around for like mythical creatures around that area, and then I started coming out like other stuff, other animals and stuff like that. And I was like, well, all this stuff has to come back from further back. I know people say mythology. To a Greek, I'm pretty sure that Greek mythology is more like history.
Yeah, it is. Well, Troy, the whole of Troy was considered to be legend until some German guy with a fucking Iliad went looking for it. So.
But I'm sure they found the little plaque where they buried Achilles too.
Well, they found a bunch of shit that was.
I heard the story about they found where Achilles was buried. So now you can't say all that shit was mythology.
Yeah.
So I started looking. Definitely. I started thinking about all this stuff has to come back from further back in time, not just the Greeks. So I started going back and back, looking up stories about all these like apparitions, but not ghost stories, because I know the whole thing about ghosts. Because if I tell you like from when I was a kid, I dealt with ghosts and crazy shit like that. My mom got possessed. My mom got possessed when I was like 3 years old.
And did you find any other like references to this sort of animal somewhere or beast or whatever?
So the only stuff is like the Greek stuff. They used to have there's Mesopotamia. They used to have their own version of mythical creatures too.
Yeah, because I've seen in the British Museum there's like these things that look like kind of lions, but they have sort of, I can't remember if they have wings.
They have like these lions with wings, the manticores.
Yeah.
But the manticore has a scorpion tail.
Yes.
This fucker had no wings, and it had a head like a viper. I mean, the fucking thing, the head opened up. So I'm not gonna say it was like a lion's tail, has kind of bushy at the end. No, this fucking thing kept going, like it wanted to fucking bite something.
Yeah.
And he's not that far away where I'm not gonna see it with my night vision goggles and see the fucking head going like, popping his mouth open, going like, nah. So, I'm telling you, it's right now I can laugh, but at that moment there was nothing funny. It was like,
no, I'm sure it wasn't at that time.
That's it. I mean, that's it. I'm gonna fucking end up as a piece of shit in the middle of the desert.
I met a guy that was an old man, and I've always had a really good instinct about like people, except when they're pretty women, because then I'm Italian, whatever, a dick starts to think for you and whatever. But
you got to be careful with women; they're meant to lie.
Yeah, well, but with men, generally, I can't honestly. And even with women, the thing is, I knew they're fucking crazy, but whatever. I want to stick my dick in crazy, and then you take the consequences. But that's life. Yeah. But like with guys,
see what comes out.
Yeah, I can't really remember any instance of me like misjudging a guy like badly or really getting it wrong. Like usually I'm pretty good at spotting if a guy is bullshitting me or And this old guy, I met him randomly. I was doing a seminar, a martial arts seminar in Italy, and like there was this dinner of these people, and this guy was like kind of the local guru or something. He was a writer and he'd traveled, and so we started talking. And because I've traveled and he'd been in weird, crazy places, and I had, and so we started just talking. And he was telling me, you wrote a book about the pyramids and Mars and stuff. That's really interesting. I said, I've been to Afghanistan, and there's like, I was inside this place that like people don't talk about it. I don't know if they even have bombed it now, whatever the fuck's going on, but it was like a giant pyramid. And if you go inside it, it had like another pyramid inside. So it was almost like a pyramid within a pyramid, and like in between the spaces.
It looked like a smaller pyramid, like a infinite mirror type looking thing.
Yeah, he was describing
it, and on the inside there's another one, and then further down you see like almost it keeps continuing.
Yeah, he didn't say whether it went like to the third level, but he said between the external version and the walls or whatever and the internal pyramid, it was like the way he described it was like, I think the word in English would be like a tesseract of. It was kind of like the architecture of it was so like intricate and so like fucking weird that he was like, nah, fuck, I can't believe that like. Humans or whatever built this thing. It just looks weird. It was like he was like saying, I don't know what it was. It was like a strange. It had like glyphs or something, but it weren't Egyptian glyphs. It was nothing I've ever seen. And I've tried to research it, and nobody knew what it was about. And I was like, I only spoke to the guy for a little while because there was a bunch of other people there, and But look, I've had strange experience. Like life is strange. There's like. As Shakespeare put it, there are more things in this, heaven and earth than in your philosophy, Horatio.
It is a strange world. Like I said, my mom had that thing where something possessed her, and he wanted to kill everybody in the house because nobody loved her, and we were all trying to kill her. And then later on, I was born in Costa Rica.
Okay.
And as a kid, I used to be part of like this soccer club thing. In the same neighborhood, we had two teams, and we always played each other. It was fucking stupid, but we always played each other. It wasn't like a league, but we always played each other. The other team pretty much was funded, so they had the money, so we pretty much absorbed our team.
Yeah.
And like the kids in there, like they knew us, and they knew who were the good players, who were the shitty ones, so they got rid of the other ones. So I started making new friends and stuff. And one day, these kids came up to me and asked me, like, "Hey, we got a Ouija board."
Oh yeah.
I was like, "Okay,
yeah.
What about it?"
I've had
like,
a weird.
Yeah. They're like, "We're trying to find a place where we can play it," and I was like, "Well, keep looking."
Yeah.
Right? They're like, "Well, your mom's not home, and we found out that we could use your house." I'm like, "Found out from who, and who said you could?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, since nobody's home, we figured, they pretty much, harassed me so much that, you're a kid, and peer pressure, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So I was like, all right, man, we can play a few minutes, and then y'all got to go, take your shit with you, whatever, right? I had experience with that. They were doing they're trying to call like Elvis Presley, right? And this and that, and it was like, no, let's call this soccer player that killed himself, like the goalie from, I think it was El Salvador.
Was the guy that
remember the World Cup in Spain where they got their asses beat like 12-1 or some shit like that?
But he scored an autogoal or something.
Yeah. He ended up killing himself.
No, did he kill himself? Oh, they killed him. I can't remember.
No, the one they killed. You're talking about the Colombian.
All right. I'm not a football guy, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, back in the 82, El Salvador went because they did a flip of the coin because the last game Costa Rica and El Salvador had was tied, and instead of going like sudden death, they figured coin toss, and then whoever wins.
Yeah.
So El Salvador wins, and they go to the World Cup. They get their asses stomped. The guys, goes crazy because he failed his country, so he kills himself, right? So the guys are like, let's call this guy, he killed himself. And I tell the guys, I was like, dude, why are you calling a shitty ass goalie that ended up killing himself? We're shitty enough as it is. We don't need advice from a shitty goalie.
Yeah.
That's just my character, right? So I was like, we don't need, you know what? This is stupid. This is what I told him. This is stupid. Let me get the fuck up. I'll go off on the side, open a Coke. Another buddy of mine gets up. He's like, man, this shit's stupid. You guys got about 5 more minutes and y'all need to go.
Yeah.
So I'm drinking my Coke and I'm talking to my buddy. And they're like, this shit starts getting weird because now they start chanting. It's like they got quiet. And now there's a chant of them saying, turn off the candle. Right?
Mm.
I'm talking to my buddy, like whispering, and all of a sudden it got weird because every so often the room would get brighter. Like the candle, it's a freaking candle. So, the flame's not going to expand a lot. It's not going to get that weird. Well, the candle turns into like a flamethrower, right? Yeah. Flames shoot out, wax melts, and it was like in a second, like, boom, lights out. The sofas and shit start flying across the rooms. And I was like, kids are crying because something grabbed his leg and something threw him against the wall and this and that. They finally open the door and they all take off running, right? And I'm like, hey, motherfuckers. Yeah. What did you guys do? Yeah. I'm trying to turn on the lights. The lights aren't coming on. Stuff like that. So we throw the Ouija board out and tell them, get out of here. Don't ever come back. My thing is, nobody send whatever the hell they called, send them back. Yeah. So then my mom comes back the following weekend. She gets possessed too, again, by whatever they called. And the only thing that I forgot how to say the Lord's Prayer. I forgot everything. I just grabbed a rosary that my mom had in the room, wrapped it around her hand, even though I don't believe in the rosary, but anyway, I wrapped it around her hand and just said, Jesus, I forgot what to say. Please help me and please help my mom. But like right before I said that with the Jesus part, I had grabbed her hand and her hand felt like bubbling, like there was like bubbles coming out of her hand. Like her skin looked like blisters. Yeah. Like, when water boils, you'll see the little bubbles. That's what her hand looked like. When I put my hand on there, it started coming on my hand. I just let her go and said, oh, yeah, no. I'm not playing with that. Yeah. I don't want that shit in me. So I just grabbed the rosary and I put it around her hand and said, Jesus, I forgot what to say. I couldn't remember any prayer, any. So she comes to and she's like, what's going on? What happened? And finally, I told her, you're acting up. And she's like, no, what happened in the house? I didn't think she knew, but she knew that something had gone on in the house, or those these idiots that did that thing with the Ouija board. Yeah, my life is like full of like crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, I've had a weird thing with the Ouija board because it was just me and my brother, and we didn't believe any of that shit. And we're like, oh, let's try this Ouija board thing, and like nothing happened. We're like, fuck you, and they go, we didn't do the thing. We just threw the glass in the sink and like, fuck this bullshit. It's all nonsense. Now, I never saw anything after that, but every single person that came into that house, they never came back. They came once and they'd see ghosts, they'd see people standing there, they'd see this guy that was standing in the house. But I was like, my sister did, she like, it was just me and her at home at one point, and it was like the doors are all closed, the windows are all closed. And I was actually resting, I was like half asleep on my bed, and she like just burst in, and she was like little, she was like, I don't know, maybe 9, 10, something like that. No, it's long, maybe 7. And she like opened the door, and before she said anything, I just saw her face, and I was like, who the fuck's in the house? And I grabbed the shotgun that was next to my bed, and I like, Jim said, just get in the cupboard, I said, where is he? He said, he's on the stairs. So I looked on the stairs, and I went down with the shotgun, and thinking, well, the door's locked. So I went made sure that like I could still see the stairs, so if anybody went up, but I told her like, lock the door behind me, don't open unless it's me, And I searched the whole house, including the cupboards in the kitchen and everything. There was nobody there. All the doors are locked, all the windows are locked. I go back up and I said, but look, what did you see? And he says, no, I thought it was our brother because he was on the thing, but then he turned and his face was different. And I thought, but were you asleep? Maybe you were asleep on the couch, you had a bad dream. Mm-hmm. And she was fully compos mentis. She wasn't crazy or anything. And I was like, it's not like her to just make shit up. So I was like, okay, I don't know what happened. Then all of my brother's friends like that come around, like there's one guy who's a mixed race guy, you know, he's quite like dark skinned or whatever, and he was gonna sleep over that evening, and he said, "Oh, can I take a shower before, you know, go to bed?" So like he goes to take a shower, and like the way my brother described it was like, dude, Ben came out of the shower and he tried to become white. You know, he was like, he was gray. You know, he went from like brown to like gray, and he just like, there's a fucking ghost in your house. I can't stay here. And he like left. He just put his clothes on and he fucking ran out. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That exact, well, something similar like that happened in that house with my brother. The day after this whole thing happened, right?
Yeah.
He goes in to take a shower, and he starts saying something about stop messing around hitting the window that goes out to the little backyard. It's like a little patio. It's tiny. Right? Something was knocking on the window, and he's like, stop knocking on the window.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you talking about? There's nobody out there. And he's like, okay. So like right before he's about to finish, he's got his shampoo on his head.
Yeah.
He hear like this screaming, and he's running out of the shower, slipping and sliding, butt naked, coming out of there.
Yeah.
And it's like, something grabbed my leg. Something grabbed my leg.
Yeah.
And I was like,
the thing is, it wasn't just this one guy. Every other person that came to that house just like would see this. Yeah. And I would sleep on the couch. I wouldn't give a fuck. And people were like, how can you sleep in there? There's a ghost. And I was like, dude, first of all, if you guys are not all crazy or hallucinating or on drugs or fuck knows, that's point number one. But let's say there is a ghost. What the fuck can a ghost do to me? You know, I was so convinced of their inability to fuck with me that I couldn't see them. They wouldn't fuck with me, I guess. I don't know. But the cats and any animal that came to that house would like fucking run away. The cats would go crazy. It was just weird.
I'm thinking like they could do stuff not like directly to you, but do stuff that could actually harm you.
I don't know. I felt immune, and I was immune. Nothing. I didn't see anything. Nothing happened to me. Like later, afterwards, many years later, on other places, I saw some weird shit and stuff did happen. But I don't know.
Well, when I was a kid, I was a kid back then. All that shit scared the living crap out of me. Nowadays, if something happens, I just whatever the fuck is in the house, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean, my philosophy is very simple. It's if the 357 Magnum doesn't work, then okay, I've got this and I believe in it. So fuck you. I'm not worried.
I'm on the other spectrum, but when I remember I totally got out of the Army in 2007, right? Mm. During that time, my brother and my sister-in-law wanted to visit my mom. So, my mom came to stay with me. And my mom said, her grandkids, right? She wants to see her grandkids. And I was like, Mom, I'd rather, like, if you want to see the grandkids, you go over there. I don't want them coming over here. I don't want kids in my house. And then people start talking shit. Like, something happened to that kid, and then they're going to either blame you or whatever. Because I don't trust people. I have very little trust for people. If maybe something's happening in their house, and then they're going to blame it on you, right? So I pretty much that was my idea. I don't want to have my brother's kids in the house. If I want to see them, I see them when they're at their house.
Yeah.
But my mom's like, I want to see him, and then the kids like, Mom, Grandma, can we stay with you? I told my mom, I was like, they can stay one night. I got to work late anyway, so. You can stay with the kids tonight. See, what we didn't know is like the little girl had an imaginary friend, right? And I'm at work. I had just gotten out of the Army. I wasn't really looking for, a new career change, this and that. I started delivering pizzas, right? Good money. I mean, with the tips, yeah, shit. I didn't need another job. I used to put tips away in my freezer.
Yeah.
And just keep the money there just to pay rent, and just lived off the tips, and whatever he got paid, it was like extra money.
Yeah.
But anyway, not very interested in like improving myself at that time. I was tired, military, and all that shit, and all the shit I was going through, and My mom calls me and tells me that there's a light in the house and this little girl's talking to it. And I was like, what do you mean there's a light in the house? There's a bunch of lights. There's a fucking lamp in the kitchen. There's a lamp in the fucking...
That's when you say, I gotta work even later than I thought. Bye.
No, so I'm like, it's like an emergency.
Yeah.
I see, like, it's freaking me out because this light's following her everywhere she goes. So now I was like, oh, that's what you mean. It's not like the light in the kitchen. So I'm like, okay, hold on, Mom. So I go and tell the manager, like, I'll be back because I'm the closing driver, so I got to stay there to close the pizza place down with the manager. So like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a lunch break. I'll even clock out early and work past my time to clean up this place before he goes home, right? I was like, so I'll be right back. So I go home, and my mom's all nervous, just sitting there in the corner, like, I don't know what it is, but the light's not here now. I was like, well, that's probably because I'm here. I was like, who's it following and who's talking to it? And then she tells me it's the little girl. And I was like, oh, that whole imaginary bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So I walk up to the little girl and I was like, hi, sweetie, how are you doing? She's like, hi, uncle, I'm doing fine. I was like, all right. Well, I'm going to need to ask you for a favor, like a really big favor. You know your imaginary friend that follows you around? Tell him to stay the fuck outside. And she's looking like, oh. I was like, yeah, tell him to stay the fuck outside. And if he doesn't want to, you can go wait with him outside. How about that? And she looks at me and I was like, okay. And I go talk to my mom. I was like, look, Mom, I got to go back to work and I'll come back and see what the fuck is going on. And she's like, Uncle, I already talked to him. He's going to stay outside. My mom doesn't see the light anymore. So I'm like, crazy's crazy. I mean, I've seen shadows and stuff, but lights like that, no. I've seen the lights in the sky, and people tell me, "Oh, UFOs." I'm like, nah, I'm not buying it.
Well, I don't know. I've had a weird experience with that, which is I did a video on, but it's going on for past 2 a.m. here, matey. So I'm gonna probably call it a night. But it was really interesting chatting with you. So yeah,
there's a bunch of other stuff.
Ping me an email, so I got like maybe we do this again sometime. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you ever want to talk like crazy shit, like I've
been going on for like
stories.
4 hours, but I'm gonna put in the thing that like at the 2.5 hour mark, some crazy shit starts to be talked about, so people know about it anyway.
That's crazy stuff. If people believe it, fine. It doesn't bother me if they don't.
Yeah,
it's not going to make my life better.
No, it's
not going to make it worse.
No, we're not trying to sell anything about Chimera fucking juice or anything. So it's not like there's no point.
I know what I saw in it, and it wasn't the zebra. And it wasn't
just, shit like that makes me want to
tell you stuff. They'll tell you animals, and I'm like, were you there? You saw that motherfucker?
Yeah, no, I'm like.
What angle did you have that I didn't have?
You see, stories like that make me want to, if I didn't have like 5 kids and whatever, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd be like, I go get my brother and maybe 1 or 2 other guys, and I'd be like, let's go fucking find this place in here, right? Let's just call up Lewis and ask him where exactly was this fucking channel. Let's just.
I'll tell you around where, but don't expect me to go back to that.
Did you ever? There's a guy, I can't remember what his name. He's on YouTube. He's got quite a lot of followers. Mr. Barden or Burdem or kind. He's got all these scary stories. Anyway, he used to be, I think, I don't want to get it wrong, but I think he used to be a U.S. Navy SEALs guy.
Barden?
Yeah, I think it's called Barden, Mr. Barden
or something.
And he's got all these scary, weird stories. And one of the stories that he talks about was this special ops unit in, I think, Afghanistan, that were up on the fucking hills there or something. And this red bearded giant comes out.
Kandahar giant?
Yeah, and threw a fucking spear, killed one of their friends. And then they shot the shit out of him.
I don't think he threw it. He skewered him.
Yeah, I don't know if he threw it or skewered him or whatever.
Picked him up.
They killed the guy, they killed the giant, and then they apparently this giant got picked up by a helicopter and fucked off and disappeared.
Yeah, there's two different accounts. So they're talking about it might have been two, because the accounts come from different times, different timelines.
Oh. Yeah, see, like shit
one
like
is in
that.
Kandahar, and the other one's like further. I think it's further east or whatever, but it's out there. And I also heard this one guy who got adopted by a priest. He's from they were from Afghanistan, born there, but they're refugees. They had gone to another country, and I guess a mission went over there, and they picked up a family and they brought it over to the States. He got sent to a foster home, and then he started hearing the stories. His father was, he started telling the stories that his father used to tell him, that around that area in Afghanistan, I don't know if it's the same giant or not, or if it's even real, but his grandma supposedly was this witch lady that people around the village used to be scared of her, and she used to walk out with goats and tie them up outside the entrance to I'm not going to say like a valley, or how the mountains come down and there's like a pass. Outside this pass, she would tie up goats
for the giant to eat or whatever.
For whatever came out to eat them. And he kept asking his grandmother, why are you doing that? She's like, it's for this thing that I pray to. He pretty much keeps him from coming over here and eating us, right? So he didn't believe it until one day because he was young and stupid, and he went out there. He was like a little hoodlum. He went out there and started looking for the giant. He didn't find the giant. The goats were gone, but he said that there was like shortly before he went out to check out the area, I guess it had rained, and there was a footprint that was about his size, and he was like from head to toe his size. So I'm guessing he was maybe about 5 feet.
Yeah.
There was a footprint maybe about 5 feet long.
Yeah.
In like an imprint.
Yeah, I gotta say, if I had if I had endless money and time and a good little team I put together, I would want to find out that child. Go look for it.
Well, I've already seen one of the fuckers.
Yeah.
I'm not interested on looking for Bigfoot. Even if he comes knocking on my door, I got a 308 waiting for his ass.
No, you see, if I was going looking for that shit, I want like miniguns, like they have in the Predator movie. That's the kind of shit I'd want. Fuck the DOA.
You need something like a 50 cal, but I started thinking about some calibers. It's good to have a large caliber, but the best thing you can do if you don't have anything big is shot placement.
Is what, sorry?
Shot placement.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. Eyeball with a 22 will still hurt you.
Exactly. You can still pop out an eyeball with a 22. Yeah. I'm sure if you shoot a giant in the eyeball, he's not going to just giggle.
No.
It's going to go through. It's going to pop it. And, he might be blinded from one eye. And
yeah, but there's a lot there's a lot of stuff like that is... like people that haven't been in that sort of situation don't really understand what happens when something like that, something completely unexpected that your brain is scrambling trying to like fit into the reality that and it's not just a question of like whatever. If a guy breaks into my house and I wake up in the middle of the night and there's some dude standing over me with a knife, I'm not saying I wouldn't be scared or whatever, but I know what I'm going to do. There's a reaction there that's going to be like bam. But if you wake up in the middle of the night and there's a fucking giant floating octopus with feathers like floating in your fucking ceiling, you're like, am I crazy? Is this real? Do I shoot it? Am I fucking hallucinating and I'm going to shoot somebody else instead because I'm crazy? You don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's crazy that you mentioned the flying octopus.
Don't tell me you've seen a spaghetti monster.
No. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it. But believe me, I haven't seen that shit. And if I did, I'd go myself and walk to the loony bin and check my fucking self in. But this is funny because I was living in New Mexico, right? Before I moved to Missouri, where I live now. I went to sleep one day, and I had like this. It was crazy. It was like a vivid dream type thing, right?
Yeah.
You could feel the moisture in the air.
Yeah.
It was like it had just rained. You could still feel like the moisture in the air. You could smell the ozone.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was like I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I'm in the car. I'm driving with my mom, and it's like it's cloudy and there's lightning and stuff like that. But the lightning's far away, and all of a sudden I look up to the side. Right in my dream, I'm driving. I look up to the side, and there's this giant jellyfish. And then all of a sudden they're everywhere, and they're just picking up shit from the ground. You know, like they twirl their hand up and suck it up. It was crazy, and I woke up and I told my mom, "What the fuck? I just had like the craziest dream." I was like, "What the fuck did you put in the food?"
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I was
you know,
thinking, like, "Oh my god,
but
I have to be high to be dreaming about crazy
but
shit like this."
that's the thing. Like when you know when something so unexpected happens that your brain literally goes, it's called a transderivational search. That's what your brain starts to do when it
Yeah.
when it's suddenly faced with something it has no real reference frame from. It starts trying to like scan for shit. Like, what the fuck
Yeah,
is
it
this?
starts throwing shit in there.
So there's that,
yeah.
and then there's the like, because of that, you're not clear on what to do, because there is a part of you that is also going to think, am I actually, you know, like you said, am I actually seeing this, or is my fucking contact lens dirty, or have I got, you know, is my night vision fucked up? So while that's going on, you're most people, unless you panic, are not just going to pull the trigger. They're going to be like, well, fuck, I don't know what I'm shooting.
If I would have panicked, I would have started shooting bursts to it. But I'm
Yeah.
sure that would have been it. That would have been it, because even if they did kill it,
Yeah.
and the medics probably would have woken up, they can't do shit. But the biggest problem is, one of the things I didn't tell you, how this half moon was set up. The 88, you know, the tank tow truck only has like a 50 cal on top.
Yeah.
And its sector of fire
Yeah.
was right at the edge where I was going down.
Yeah.
Like at the end of it was on the edge of where I was going down.
Yeah.
So if they would have seen me fire, right,
They wouldn't have been
I'm
able
sure
to
they would have
fire
turned
it.
the 50 cal and started shooting that way.
Yeah.
So that was another thing that fucking kept going through my head. If I shoot this thing, the 50 cal's right behind me.
You're gonna get some friendly fire up your ass with the 50 cal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That wouldn't have even been friendly. Pretty egregious, I would say.
Finally, we get to shoot that prick who's keeping us awake.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the guy that was on the 50 was like, finally, I get. Oh, he's right in my sight, the cocksucker.
Yeah.
I hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like. And a lot of stuff that happened afterwards that, you know, pretty much put that aside.
Yeah.
As not a primary thing, because nothing happened like drastic, like fuck, I lost my life or my arm, my leg.
No.
Nothing.
No,
traumatic.
but I've had like, no, I didn't see any chimeras, but I've had analysis experiences which I don't really talk about them, and I don't fucking tell. It's just pointless for me to try and explain them to anybody. But it's like, that fucking happened.
Yeah.
There is no worldly explanation that makes sense of that, and it's like, what the fuck?
The second thing was that whole IED thing.
Yeah.
The following the day of the raid, because when we went to the raid, it just seemed kind of weird because there was no shots fired. There was just Apaches and fucking Cobras. You know, the Marines were involved. They had Bradleys, the M1s who were behind all these shit. Like, they're flying. Fucking A-10s are flying around. Like, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Are you serious? And I look at the town, and it's just mud huts, and these fucking poor people are like in panic. Like, what the fuck did we do?
Yeah.
And they got like planes, helicopters, and shit. Like, just ready. They just fuck around and find out type shit, right?
Yeah.
Just sneeze at us and see what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this is fucked up. We're not here to help these people.
No.
I was like, what the fuck? Are they really looking for insurgents, and all you see is fucking kids running around scared?
No, it's shit. Like, water's fucking blood.
And I was like, man, this is some bullshit. And I'm just sitting there in the back of the fucking 113 just looking out, and I feel so bad. This shit just happened last night, and it's completely gone out of my head.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I'm looking at all the
well,
chaos that's
it's
going
actually,
on.
you know, the Russians train people like that. Like, because I've had, because of the training I did or whatever, I've had a lot to do with like special forces, Russian people, and part of the training is that they put you through. They make some fucking horrific shit happen to you. So like, they'll put you through training where you gotta like
Oh yeah,
crawl into this like lower underground thing that's filled with pig blood up to like your chest, and then there's like shit in the blood, so you trip and you fall in it and you fucking hurt yourself. And then they make you,
yeah.
when you come out of that and you're like fucking traumatized, they're like, then they have people shooting over your head and you have to crawl through wire, and they make you like do a 50-mile hike with like all your gear where you're getting shot at, and you know, other shit's going off. So you get over the trauma,
Similar, but
and it's
we did
like,
something similar, but without the pig shit.
no, yeah, fucking Russian training, dude. It's like,
I know it's more real world, and
yeah,
cut
and
off the pussies off to the side. If you can't
no,
cut it here,
yeah,
you're not gonna cut it anywhere.
there's the guys that like lose their fucking shit and they're like, oh, he died, it's not good for Spetsnaz, and then the other guys carry
Yeah.
on, and because they give you more trauma to survive, you forget about the old trauma and you get over it, and then you become, they basically keep doing this.
It snowballs.
Yeah, and
It
you become,
snowballs, and your mind starts moving forward, thinking like,
yeah,
what's next? What's
exact-
next? So
and
whatever
it-
happened before
just
gets
yeah.
put out in the back burner, like,
And you become
gone.
you become like, you know, callous to it. You become like, ah, fuck, it's just a guy. He just shot my ear off. Ah, it's just an ear. I got two. Fuck it, I'm fine.
You know, that's very true. Even though to other people's miseries, because I mean, through all the shit we went through while I was there, there was a guy when I was in Baghdad that the Iraqis were shooting RPGs from across the Tigris, and one of the workers, he was on a backhoe digging. The RPG landed behind him. His friend got blown off to the side. He was alive. The guy on the backhoe lost the top of his head.
Yeah.
Right, and I know people are gonna say, "Oh, this guy's an asshole," but that's the way I am. I'm sorry. I mean, if it offends people, you know, whatever. I'm there. We come up. Well, a friend of mine and myself, because you know we're doing gate guard duty, and this shit happens just up the road on the same little road, and there's another gate at the front. We're like a backstop gate, right? Like if somebody's actually going to come to where the people live in there, and the little it was Saddam's little palaces. We're staying in there, and we go up there and find out, make sure that the workers are okay. So we run up there. There's one guy on the ground screaming, and the other guy's laid out. Right, he's just laid out like he's fucking sleeping.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm looking at him, and my friend, he's talking to the other guy, trying to get him up and give him water. Tell him it's okay. Don't hide there if you're gonna hide. Hide behind this wall or sandbags. Don't hide in the open, because if they shoot another mortar, or a rocket, because they used to just lob RPGs, because they go in the back of the pickup trucks and they shoot them across the river and take off. That's what they would do. But anyway, I'm over there looking at the guy on the backhoe. He's digging the holes. I'm looking at him. I was like, this guy looks like a mannequin. This just blew up like a couple of minutes ago, and this guy's face is already like pale, and he looks almost like plasticine, right?
Yeah.
Like,
he's dead. Yeah.
He's made out of silicone.
Yeah.
He's already gone. He's dead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that's weird. Is this guy dead? And my buddy comes over, and he's like, he walks around. Now, the only thing I saw was his face, right? And I started walking off to see,
what happened.
If anybody's there or anybody else in the area, if they had more people than just the two of them. So I'm walking around, and the guy's like, yeah, this guy's dead. He doesn't have, the top of his head's gone.
Gone, yeah.
Right? So I look at it, and it was just weird. It was like something just sucked his brain out. It's just the cavity there. And I'm looking, and I look over maybe about 10, 15 yards away. His brain's sitting there.
Yeah.
Just sitting there. It's out there. And I walk to it, and I look at my buddy. I look at the brain, and I tap it with my boot, and I was like, what are you thinking about?
That's fucked up.
I know it sounds so fucking cruel.
No,
that's in the situation where you're in.
Yeah,
that's
in
how
moment. That's how
people
the
don't
human.
understand.
No,
People
but
will
that's
never understand unless they find themselves there.
yeah, that's how the human brain copes with that shit. Because it's like,
If you don't put something funny in there,
yeah, you'll go
you're
mad.
pretty much toast. You're gonna go crazy because
And
that's the type of stuff we saw every day on the
yeah,
road.
the thing
Little
is,
kids blown up in halves.
yeah,
Like there'll be only torsos with maybe an arm and a leg, and the kid's head's about
yeah,
15, 20 yards away.
yeah. No,
And like stuff like that. One of my friends fucking was going
lost his
crazy.
shit.
One
Yeah,
of the tankers was going crazy because there was it's in the market. They blew up a car, and in the market, and it looked like a meat market. It was
yeah,
like arms and legs hanging and torsos off on the fence. It looked like they were selling meat.
yeah. No,
It
that's
was
why
crazy.
like I
I
said,
mean,
I
if
purposefully avoided military service. I was never gonna fucking do it. Like, fuck off. I'm not doing that.
it's not for anybody. I'm not saying it was for me. Definitely, but the Lord puts you in places that
Oh yeah,
you're gonna have
yeah.
to see this because for some
Whatever.
reason I'm not gonna say I know what he's talking
No,
about because I don't.
no.
But nothing happens by chance. I'm gonna tell you that.
Oh no, I agree
Every
with that.
situation, I can believe now that every situation in everybody's life,
That's
you're
a
put there
purpose.
for a reason.
Yeah, yeah,
What's gonna happen is like, what are you gonna do with this?
yeah,
This is every situation in everybody's life. It's almost like a small lesson.
yeah.
It's like a pop quiz.
No, I believe the same. There's a guy here put on the chat, like it's Mr. Balin, the guy who, and he put a link to the YouTube channel, the guy that talks about these weird stories and stuff. Luis, I'm gonna say good night, mate, because it's really late here and I've been going over 4 hours. But yeah, ping me an email and maybe we do another
Do
stream.
you want me to put it on the chat or?
Well, you can. You know where my blog is, right? Or no? No. Yes.
I'll check on your site. I'll
Yeah,
send
just
you
go
a-
to the gfilotto.com and just ping. There's
Okay.
emails there. There's contact stuff there. Just ping me an email there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, man. Yeah, I mean, we could talk for hours about like fallen angels and stuff, and that's where all this craziness comes from.
Yeah.
From that.
Well,
From what
that's
happened.
the thing. Like
What happened?
I live most of my life like a pretty fucking. If I can't touch it, engineer slash scientist slash like, if I can't touch it, doesn't exist kind of shit.
Yeah.
But and
So
man, honestly, I've had so
you
much.
don't believe in the flood?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that's how I live most of my life. But I've had enough, like, absolutely insane shit happen to me that it's like, I think another person that had half the things that I saw that had happened to me, like, would have become religious of whatever religion, like, in minutes, And I was like, no, fuck that, because it could still be, I'd come up with an alternate theory.
Yeah,
like,
no.
But,
I went as far back as the Genesis pretty much.
yeah, no, I've done that. I mean,
And then slowly move on forward from there, from what was going on at the time.
I'm guessing you haven't read my books, but if you do,
I haven't.
The Face on Mars, I wrote that like nearly 30 years ago, and that covers the Bible, the Nephilim, fucking pyramids on Mars, and it's not fiction. It's like, and you can check all that stuff. It's not bullshit. I'm not, making anything up. So yeah, life is strange. That's like I said, the truth about
it is. It's
reality
strange,
is,
and the worst thing is that it's strange, it's hard, and there's people on the world making it so much harder.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's like,
if you're Catholic, we know that you're behind enemy lines. That's called the church militant for a reason.
I know I'm behind enemy lines, but I don't follow the Catholic Church for a bunch of reasons.
Oh no, we have to be very clear here. When I say I'm Catholic, I'm Sede-vacantist. The so-called
not the
no,
not
Bergoglio,
the Pope
no, that fucking pedophile protector scumbag.
Yeah.
If I become like emperor of the world tomorrow, everything that the Spanish Inquisition did in 200 years, I would outdo them by an order of magnitude minimum on day one. There would be so many of those fucks like burnt at the stake. I swear to God.
I think I like God's way better.
He works in mysterious ways. Sometimes
if you start thinking, you start thinking about what's going on with all these rich people building all these bunkers.
Oh yeah.
And then you go in Revelations and start reading about all these people asking the walls of their tunnels to fall on them because they're scared to see the face of the one who's coming.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't matter if you're dead or alive. You're going to see him regardless.
Oh yeah. No, I believe that too. But while I'm here,
So, yeah,
I'm willing to be.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, the whole thing with the pedophiles and shit like that. Yeah, I think that even though it might be like a demerit, you know how they used to grade you. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. You get a merit. And you get a demerit for doing that.
I was never going for top of the class.
Like Jesus, you said. You did say. He didn't say thou shalt not kill. It was murder. It wasn't kill.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
You're not supposed to murder. You can't premeditate a murder. But if the motherfucker wants to find out,
as some Southerns say, some people just need killing.
Oh yeah.
So
you can't hang all. What was that movie with the about the seven? What was it? The Harvey Weinstein movie with the cowboys with Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, Magnificent Seven, or
no, it's not the the Hateful Eight. Is it the Hateful Eight?
I think I know the one you're talking about, but there's a woman in it as well.
Yeah, she's the one in shackles with Kurt Russell. Yeah, you don't have to hang all something, but all somethings need to be hanged.
Yeah.
I can't remember the word he's using. For some reason, it just brain fart. This is what I don't believe in hanging because some people have actually been known to survive, even though they've been hanging for maybe 6 hours.
Well, being as I'm a good Catholic boy, I think pedophiles should be burnt at the stake because it's an act of charity. Because while they're burning alive, they get to contemplate hell, which might mean they might actually repent. And, God being merciful might send them to purgatory instead of directly hell.
I don't think they got. I don't think they get that option.
Well, again,
Jesus did say something about the ones that hurt the little ones.
Yeah. It would be better if they were had millstones around their neck.
Millstones around their neck and jump in the ocean.
No, I get that. But the thing is...
pretty much he's saying, you fucked up. There's no salvation for you.
Well, basically he's saying drowning in the sea is going to be better than you being in hell, which is where you're going.
Yeah.
So,
but much where they're going.
The thing is that in Christian...
I don't want to be the...
In Christian
I like to be the guy that arranges the meeting.
Yeah, in Christian thought, in Catholic thought, the idea is that a truly repentant person can be forgiven. God will forgive a person that truly repents. Those who don't all end up in hell, which is the majority, by the way, according to Catholic thought.
I mean, you'd figure, well, if they did it once and they didn't repent, you can't trust them.
Oh no! Look, again, as a human being, I'm not one of those Catholics that's like turn the other cheek. I'm like, oh, he's a pedophile. Oh, okay, pink cloud. Fuck him. Yeah. That's how I see it.
A wood chipper.
Yeah,
I think a wood chipper's better.
Whatever. It'll be a pink cloud on the other end. What fuck? Yeah. I don't give a shit.
That'll create a green cloud.
And I would sleep like a baby, but that's sort of neither here nor there. I'm not one of those guys that says, oh, we must try and understand. No, I don't give a shit. And if that's wrong, hey, when my time comes, I'll have my scorecard and it'll be like, oh no, look at how many pedophiles you put in a wood chipper. You're not being a good boy, and I'll take my punishment, whatever that is.
No, or you got to look. You got to look at it this way. God did not give angels swords.
Exactly.
And weapons to be forgiving and accepting them.
The thing is also I know where I am on the rung of things. Like martyrs, people who die. They're like up there, and I know I'm not up there. I'm not one of these guys that's like, no, take me instead. I'd be like, no, fuck you. I want to take as many of you fucks as much as I can with me. If I gotta die, at least I want a pile of bodies around me.
Yeah, I think we're still here because we still have some more stuff to see. Well, there also needs to be witnesses.
not just that. I mean, like if you look at the Crusades, those guys killed a bunch of people, and if they hadn't been around, Christianity wouldn't exist.
Well, yeah.
Europe wouldn't exist. So.
Well, that's another point. That's a good one, because you know how they're always talking about the Crusades and the Christians did all this to the Muslims, and they started that shit
For 400 years before they replied. Fuck it.
Yeah, they started that shit. They used to go into not only the. I don't think they were even Muslim back then, were they? When the Turks.
Well, no, but from
the Ottoman
600
Empire?
and whatever, yeah. Well,
the Ottoman Empire. I don't even know if they were Muslims back then.
Yeah,
but
it
was them.
It was about 630. Well,
Yeah.
the whole of the Middle East used to be Christian, and then the Muslims came along and killed and enslaved everybody. If you're interested in that, look, if you go to the blog, there's like a little thing on like books to read. You might have to, there's a search me function, so you can put in like keywords or whatever, and you'll find stuff. But there's like a list of like non-fiction books about the Crusades and stuff that I think you'd enjoy. Anyway, my friend, I'm one of these people
the last thing, you got to go, and I have to go too. But the last thing is, it's funny how Muhammad was also a pedophile.
Oh, well, everybody.
And you got to look at it this way too, because I've been in that area. They say they don't like homosexuals. They'll kill you if you're a homosexual, right?
Oh, I know what. Yeah.
But they also have a saying, and I know it's going to offend some people. And hey, I've been there, so I know what I heard. I know what I saw. They always say, "Boys are for fun, women are for children."
Yeah.
But they're not homosexuals.
No, it's another word that starts with a P. But,
yeah.
But
anyway, on that
thought, man. Yeah.
I'll see you.
Good night, buddy.
See you around. I'll send you the email so we can stay in touch. Whenever you want to have me on, just let me know.
Cool. Okay. Right. Great, mate.
Appreciate it. And I got a bunch of more stories. I got one actually about outer body experience, but that'll be for another day.
Oh man, we could go on with that. I'm actually trying to like keep it sort of like relatable, so I don't know.
Oh, it's very relatable. I mean, it's crazy relatable. That's one of the biggest reasons where I'm like, you know what, I gotta go straight and follow Jesus because he's real.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Anyway, we can leave that one for the next time.
Next time, well, I'll make it quick. It won't be that long. It's kind of sad, and it's got a lot of hurtful stuff, but it's a good story. I mean, it'll help people believe that there is a God, and you might not see him when he's talking to you, but believe me, when he talks to you, you're gonna listen.
Oh yeah. Okay, man. I'm gonna say good night.
I'll see you.
Cheers.
Right.
Okay. Bye. So, good night, everybody, and thank you for the 4 hours and a half stream, and I'm gonna try and put like on the description that from 2.5 hours on we had a kind of crazy but interesting guest, so it was really cool. Good night.